Mr. Sun, you are standing outside the office of Jessica Green. You're higher up. In fact, you're highest up.
Yeah.
You've only seen her on a few occasions, mostly briefly during board meetings, like in the previous group session. But this is your first one-on-one with her. Ever. How do you feel?
Uh, Fairly nervous. He's probably sitting in the waiting room, tapping his feet with like his briefcase on his lap, and he's just like kind of rattling his fingers over it.
Okay. The door opens, and you see Jessica Green. She is standing there in front of you. How would you describe how she looks? What is
Um,
your mental image for her?
Sleek and professional, and almost almost a little too pristine, like cut from a different world. Like bangs are perfectly aligned, glasses rest at an even level so you see the full of her eyes. It doesn't really express much, more of a business glare. Probably more of one right now given the circumstances, but in a fitted suit like the rest of the employees as well.
Son, please, come in. Uh, Take a seat. A, it's a pleasure seeing you today.
Likewise, this is the first time, if I'm recalling correctly, that I've been in your office, he says. He looks at the chair before having a seat and then
Yes.
does so.
She takes a slow walk around her desk and sort of drags her fingers along the table. So, you've become quite popular over the last few months, huh?
Yes, after the last meeting, it was said that I need to earn their trust, and I don't know who that other person was at the meeting, but their hint to actually attend the festival was exactly what I needed to earn all of Middle Tower's trust.
It was. Yes, saving the Everbright girl. Making a scene at the bar with the Hunter Martin. Lacrimosa is talking, not just Middle Tower, and you've been doing a wonderful job keeping the city safe. Which is good, don't get me wrong. That is, in the end, what we desire is a safe and comfortable environment for all of the citizens.
Of course.
But how much longer do you think Middle Tower will be able to keep up? Give me an honest answer, and trust me, I'll know if you're lying. And you see her green eyes start to glow the tiniest hint of green.
He takes a moment and looks down at his briefcase to collect his thoughts. How long they're going to last? Well, I've been fortunate enough to attend a mission with nearly every one of their members, and they're all quite capable, some more so than myself, provenly so as well. And considering I see myself as one of this organization's most professional individuals, I can say that their team might be a little more well-rounded than was initially anticipated. While it seems to be picked almost at random, if they can manage to organize their dance, I do not see Middle Tower ever falling. Not without some influence.
Yes. Of course.
And it should be also mentioned that a public presence like that, it seems to be making them almost superhuman in the eyes of the public.
Yes, that's what we've been hearing. Supernatural occurrences aren't, of course, too uncommon in this world of magic and the such, but some of the workers there have, well, their own fair share of quirks. With you being so deep in with them now, of course, seemingly having their trust, our previous offer still stands. You have until the 6th of the month. You are in with them, and I will take your act of helping the Everbright sister as such, as we didn't want her getting hurt either. That was a move by our partner that we were not necessarily expecting or informed about. However, if you don't make it by those 6 months, you can expect a visit from your sister agent. And you, Mr. Sun, know very well what that means. With a lot of the agents at Celestine being named after celestial bodies, with there being 2 suns, 2 moons, your sister agent goes by the name of Miss Sun.
Of course.
And she is somewhat infamous among the other agents as doing dirty work, and quite a bit of it for Celestine.
Well, I will not take that as a threat, because I have a bit of a reputation of getting my job done. So there's no need to be concerned.
Of course. And
Now,
I'm sure you will be able to provide in this endeavor. And of course, if you can't, we always have a plan B, but
I do ask, however, Miss Green, that you might allow an extension of 1 month. The actions of the festival had put me back on my missions, so it was sort of due to our partner's influence that I am a little behind schedule.
No, I'm sorry. I will have to decline an extension of any sorts. It is extremely important that this is done by then.
Understandable. Well, unless there's anything else, I recommend you keep your eyes on the press, as I'm sure you have been.
Yes, of course, and I am hoping to see somewhat of a downwards trend here soon, but if that is not the case. As I have mentioned, we have a plan B as well that we can always resort to. Oh
course.
yeah, and just one more thing. Make sure you aren't leaking any information to Middle Tower from us.
Of course.
And with that, the slight glow in her eyes dims. And she leans back and gives a small sigh. All right. I think that is all I really need of you, Mr. Sun, at least at the current moment. Do not forget to keep us updated with what is going on and, well, continue doing what you're doing.
Of course. Miss Green, you will see results quite soon. And with that, Mr. Sun stands up, and if he's dismissed, he will leave.
Yes, you may go. You take the step out the door and close it behind you and let out that sigh. And as you do that, you see a woman walking through the halls, same suit and tie as you. She has a I would say like back length hair, just straight hair, that almost seems to shimmer in the light with a light orange color. And she, as she is walking by you, she smiles and points to the door behind you. It's like, mind if I get by you?
Kind of stances himself a bit. Oh, yeah, of course. Say, I don't think I've seen you around before. My name's Mr. Sun, he says as he offers a hand in greeting.
She holds out her hand and shakes it and looks into your eyes and says, "Oh. Huh. So you're my brother agent, it seems. Lovely to meet you. In person, that is."
And you as well, Miss Sun. Please. He steps aside and opens the door slightly for her. You have yourself a good day.
Of course, and if I'm to understand what's going on, hopefully I don't have to see you. And the door closes behind her.
You'll be seeing me sooner than you think. And with that, he goes to Middle Tower.
Alrighty. Can you jump down and grab the group for me?
The group.
The group. Big.
Wait.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I gotta change some portraits.
Yeah, I figured.
There's
No.
a few people AFK for food right now.
The race for portraits. The race for portraits.
Go, 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 go!
Go. Gotta change them now while there's still time. If all else fails, because I told Rose about this, I can do a quick solo session with Enlil, which was something I wanted to do today as well. So
And
let
Lil
me.
also AFK. Or I'm sorry.
No, I'm
No,
here.
No.
I meant Rose. I'm dumb. I was yawning in the middle of talking.
It's
You know,
okay.
I mean, yeah, I think there's a few people who are like could do like RP stuff, so it shouldn't be a big issue.
Yeah, there's just the one with Enlil. It would make sense if it took place like before the meeting and stuff. So
Oh yeah.
I think we'll do that. But I'm going to change everybody's pictures first before I send you back down to the waiting realm. Sorry for the
Mhm.
false alarm.
fine.
I can't believe you trick us like this.
We also have Wallace update log, right?
True. We also do have that. So we
I
will.
was asking if that was the thing or not.
We can.
I wasn't sure if there was one because there wasn't 3 hunts.
Yes,
There is. There is
yeah.
one. It's just shorter because there wasn't a third hunt, so I don't have details for a third hunt. So
Mhm.
it's like a page and a half.
Who else has one? Deep.
Derek and Ross.
No, mine's there.
Oh,
I
I
guess it's the old
I
one.
need to update yours to the new one. Yeah.
Yeah, the Amy one.
True.
We all
New
have
and
Amy pictures.
improved. We got the full set.
We are all cuties now.
True.
Lil
It's
Willie
gonna be
tall
great.
AF. Dear God.
What?
Hmm? Oh, yeah, Will.
He's a
Big
tall boy.
Willie.
It's a big Willie.
Oh, Lush.
Oh,
Where did
I
I
calls him
put
as I see him.
Big wheelie out here?
Yeah.
Big Willie real?
Little Willie no more.
All
I
grown
have
up.
to scroll
You have
up
to get rid of
because
the cat
apparently
now.
I don't have yours downloaded. Oh, hey,
What?
look.
It's Amy.
There's Amy.
Yeah, I was
Hi.
about to. I like messaged her. I was like, "You joined in?"
I'm sorry, I fell asleep.
Oh, you're good. You're gonna have a
Good mom.
you're gonna have a little bit of extra time here to wake up. I'm just setting everybody's profile pictures real quick. I have to scroll back
Alright.
up and find James's though because apparently I didn't download it. Like an idiot.
Sag.
And luckily, we had some extra time. It seemed.
Yes.
Well, my photo is saved, so I'm gonna go to waiting room.
True.
No.
That is true.
Too bad.
Where is?
There you-
Just save these all to.
I have so many photos.
That's mod abuse.
Yeah, the only one who might not have an update one.
Oh
might
no, I
be
do have
Rose
James's
then.
downloaded. I'm just stupid. Very cool.
So it is now time to jump down to the waiting room.
Okay.
Yes.
Really, you can go first.
Be gone,
And then
thought.
let me
You sure?
change. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Very cool and epic. Where is
Hold on.
Ash with her mouth open? There we go.
Woo!
Ash with mouth. Ash with mouth.
Can I get a real quick rough age of the person that I met?
Rough age? Probably around their I would say like late 30s.
Okay.
Old.
Old.
Them young kids.
Yeah, imagine
Okay.
being in your 30s.
Cool.
I'll fight you.
Yeah, early. Yeah, come on. Early's not in his 30s. We all know he's older than that.
Yeah, that's true.
Mr. Sun's in his 30s though, so right?
I mean, you're right.
Probably.
Close to it.
Mr. Sun is 35. I got another year and 2 months till I'm 30.
Oof.
So old.
Uh-huh.
You mean till you're like 70, right?
Imagine.
Yeah.
All right, can I get the floor with Enlil then?
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Rebecca, can somebody move me
Yeah, I
on
got
my
you.
phone?
I got you. Cool. So,
I feel fear.
I believe what we wanted to do before was you having a coming through on your promise with Amber about a little lunch date.
Should I walk over there and ask Ross to be a little quieter since he comes through my mic more than I do?
Yeah, sure, real quick.
Okay. I'll go find it. Okay, I have returned
Okay. So,
with -1 Frost and +1 Luna.
Luna, let's go. The newest member on the team. uh so for I would say it's probably just before noon. I would say it's around 11 o'clock ish when you meet up with Amber in the Wide Docks district. There's a few good places to just hang out down there on sort of the waterfront, and that
I
is.
feel like I can't remember if this was on business or friendship stuff, and I feel like that's widely in character.
It was definitely on like friendship stuff because Amber asked you if you wanted to after you sparred with her, and was just inviting you out for a little personal get together. Just for a
I
little
feel like it'd
fun.
be strangely in character for Enlil to forget this and show up in the usual night uniform anyway.
I would say that's pretty in character as well. Um Ember is already sort of sitting down. It's like an outdoor sort of bar and grill. And
Uh,
so she is already sitting down at a table and um, flipping through a small menu and sees you walk up fully garbed and is just like, oh my gosh. Come here, Enlil. Come sit down.
yes. Was there a main topic or reason that you wanted to talk?
I just invited you out to hang.
I see. I now realize how intimidating my appearance may be. Or is that the wrong word?
Well, whether it's the right word or the wrong word, you are not the least bit intimidating to me right now. Come on, take a seat.
I hope that's in a good way.
um, she decides what she wants from the little menu and passes it over to you. It's like, so how has Middle Tower been?
Um, I'm just imagining in the silence, thinking about the scars that are across her arms, but are probably covered by her uniform. I'm just
Yeah.
thinking things are uncertain. I wish I could say that I knew a lot about what's going on, considering we've been at this for a few months. Though, one of our hunters is recently missing in action. Though, I'm not even sure if it was action, just missing.
Just missing. Oh yeah, I heard reports about that. That young hunter, Steele, was it?
I hadn't had a chance to meet him.
Hmm. We've been looking, but nothing is cropped up quite yet. And you sort of take notice that Amber is dressed up a little more formally than a like lunch date would require. She's in like this sort of long, slim black dress with uh, just a few jewelry adornments. Looks like she's dressed up formal and is grabbing her kebab from the waiter as they walk by. Well, from the sounds of it, Middle Tower has been doing a fairly good job despite a few hiccups here and there, and have been keeping the city relatively safe despite all the monster appearances.
I feel better about joining as opposed to not having joined at all. Though, I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing there.
Yeah, before you were quite a good, just freelance hunter. I'm surprised that no agency could get you on their team before that. Was it just lack of interest?
I suppose that'd be the term for it.
Well, Middle Tower is certainly lucky to have the pride of Frostholm, as some have called you.
No, I hardly feel that much pride in this new area. Many of the people there still feel unfamiliar to me, despite how much I wish it weren't so.
Well, you have spent quite a lot of time here and not home. And she starts just going to town on her order. As Enlil looks at the menu, what sort of thing would Enlil order?
Sweet food.
Sweet food?
Searching for sweet food.
Being a yeah, there would probably be something along the lines of some kind of sundae or something like that, like some sort of sundae or ice cream, that sort of like cold treat, since it is the tail end of summer.
Mm-hmm.
Your dish is served up fairly quickly and is placed in front of you.
I can only imagine just a small smile and a relaxed expression. I'm just quietly taking spoonfuls of sundae.
Amber, as she sees you get your dish and start eating it, she just sort of looks over and smiles quietly, happy to see you relax. It's like, oh, well, now that I think about it, I do actually have one piece of business I'd like to ask you for.
Business?
Yes, next month there's going to be a conference of sorts, a guild conference, and I was wondering, as one of the top hunters within the guild, if you would be interested in attending it. We are going to be discussing some actions we're going to be taking forward, or coming forward to deal with the increase in sightings.
I would be honored.
Excellent, wonderful.
Dare I ask what sorts of things you were looking into? Or is that not safe for prying eyes or prying ears? Is that the term?
Let's just say it's something I'd rather not really talk about here.
Understood.
But, it works perfectly, because Candace and Sarah should also be coming. I will hopefully actually be seeing them later this evening. This is why I'm all dressed up like this. We're going to a formal get-together with a few important people around.
Hopefully not another
Lacrimosa.
festival.
No, nothing like that, and it is in the guild itself, so if anything
Security
were
will be nicer.
Yes, absolutely. I simply don't trust larger get-togethers like that anymore due to what happened at the festival. I was wrong to think something like that was safe to begin with, considering all of the monster sightings lately. But I held out hope because it's very important to the people here. But thankfully, Middle Tower has been sort of a light in the dark for a lot of citizens. A lot of people are talking about you guys.
That's good to hear. I've heard some rather negative gossip about some of the people around the Middle Tower, but I haven't met them all, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, there's a few members who have been, have a more public eye on them, but for the most part, the city is fairly fond of you, and I think that's very important when you're dealing so closely with the members. The hunters who have to deal with monsters on the walls or farther out into the wastelands protecting miners and gatherers, well, they don't have to deal with their people skills, really, or it's sort of a fend for themselves sort of deal. But the way that your group has been putting yourselves before the people has been outstanding.
It was certainly easier when I didn't have to talk to people. But then again, when I didn't talk to people, I never got to experience ice cream. Is
Oh,
something funny?
yes. Yes, you. Oh my gosh, you are precious. I am. I am so glad I got to convince you to come out here and spend some time with you outside of the guild, because I think I needed this time too. Anywho, uh, I am going to have to cut this a little bit shorter than I would have liked to. Um, Time is catching up on me a little faster than I thought it would, and I have places to be. And
I see.
as she's saying that, you notice a small vibrating sound coming from her pocket. And as she pushes in her chair, it has been wonderful to get this opportunity to be here with you, Enlil, and I hope we can do this again.
Perhaps I can pick some more appropriate clothing next time.
Hopefully. Yes. Uh and let me know the guild meeting will be formal. So you can feel free to use your whatever you so desire. This uniform works perfectly fine for it. And
Words.
hmm?
Looking for the words regarding. I think this outfit would be most appropriate for a hunter of my status.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm sure nobody would want to see you there any other way. Uh,
At
well,
all?
well you're outstanding, Enlil. And with that, she chuckles and turns around, and her ponytail sort of whips around behind her, and she brings her mana tablet up to her ear and starts chatting to somebody as she goes. Excellent. Can you go grab the group, and we will start the group session.
Okay.
I should take this opportunity to grab a little bit of water.
Well,
Bum 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 bum.
where was the tar art everybody was talking about?
The Tara art?
People were
Either in
where?
might have been.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's in her
Maybe.
server.
Oh,
Oh, there he is.
there's an announcements in her server, yeah.
okay.
I will steal it and post it here.
Um,
Cool. So I think we should start with the blog, and then we will go into any logistics and that sort of stuff, and sort of go from there. So, Wallace, if you would like to take the floor.
The whole thing?
Yeah. Take
All right.
take the whole thing.
All right. Let me go to the right spot. Okay. Welcome back, loyal readers and faithful fans. This month has been rife with more mysteries and puzzle pieces. It started pretty eventfully with the Festival of Remembrance after a somewhat fruitful discussion about the mysteries in Lacrimosa among the members of Middle Tower. No one really recognized the symbol from the glass eye, which means either someone is really good at hiding their facial expressions, or Middle Tower is not involved with whatever nefarious organization is behind this. Little of note was discussed otherwise, but quite a few more things were learned this month. Moving forward to later that evening, the members of Middle Tower attended the festival both for the purposes of celebration and at the warning of Mr. Sun that something would be happening there. Unfortunately, this warning came to be true, as when Candace went to give a speech, all hell broke loose. A fine-looking plant attempted to capture Candace, but Mr. Sun was close enough to save her before she could be. Several plant-based monsters that we had encountered previously began rampaging throughout the festival, including shark bugs and the fungus from the first hunt. The people were ushered out quickly and safely before any casualties could be caused by mass panic, and the culprit in question was a hooded, humanoid-looking figure with a large bag of magical spheres, which presumably contained the monsters. The present members of Middle Tower handled the situation well, minimizing any potential casualties and forcing the creature to retreat. Later that night, however, a group of M, Ash, Red, and Z gave pursuit to the monster to try to get it to leave or hunt it. They chased it to Timber Hill Park to attempt to be rid of it. The full creature beneath the hood was a grotesque humanoid being that was sentient and especially adept at running away via its large bag of monsters. Its description almost exactly matched a character from a children's fairy tale predating the Great Collapse called the Groundskeeper. However, in that tale, the character in question protects the plants and is not a hostile plant collecting being bent on some villainous objective. It was additionally capable of speech and higher level thought, and that it could influence the monsters around it. On top of being susceptible to slashes and cuts, the monster's weakness turned out to be an interesting one. If you managed to spill its bag, you would be able to kill it as it would no longer try to escape. However, this comes at the great price of being trapped in a massive plant dome in an extremely dangerous situation where the groundskeeper can control the plants, the dome vines, and continue to summon more monsters while attacking you with its sickle. Thankfully, the assigned hunters were able to slay the monster, although not without some severe injuries and environmental damage. With its dying breath, it reportedly mentioned something to do with one of the daughters, according to Z. What one of the daughters might want with Lacrimosa, I have no idea yet. This poses a potentially dire situation for the city. In a surprising turn of events prior to the second hunt, Theo went missing. He's not contacted me still, which is quite unusual, so I worry about him and his safety. Nevertheless, I was called in to fill in for him on his hunt with Noah and Enlil. And the crime scene for this hunt was a pretty gruesome murder in the central area of Night Knot. The victim was Maverick Johnson, who was a clerk at the local branch of Celestine Incorporated, a popular Manatech shop franchise in Lacrimosa. He lived alone and had no sign of any living family, so following any leads and motive for this murder other than coincidental killing by the monster was hard. Luckily, Noah and Enlil encountered the monster when they traveled into the sewers near the crime scene after following a trail of blood. In there, they encountered a hostile spirit that hunts in the dark known as a shade. Initially, this one appeared to be an incorporeal humanoid figure with two beady white dots on it. Like other shades, it was an extremely potent hunter in the dark, being able to move extremely quickly and teleport to locations on the condition that it started and ended in the dark. However, this shade was peculiar in its capability to cause lacerations by cutting its victims that would later expand and have a delayed explosion, causing more harm to its victims. This made it especially lethal, but its weakness is that it cannot travel quickly in the light. This information was graciously delivered to me by my fellow friend, an expert on the paranormal, Constantine Nichols. Our group devised the plan to entrap it in the light to slay it in the sewers before nightfall. However, it becomes extremely hostile in the light, so we had to be prepared for a fight. The plan itself was a good plan, but its execution did not go well due to a few unfortunate circumstances caused by me dropping a flare. While we successfully were rid of the shade, it nearly resulted in the death of Enlil. who was barely saved by some quick and dirty medical treatment by me until Noah quick returned with Jackie. This is hardly compensation. This is hardly compensation for my great mistake, but I'm glad we were able to successfully complete the hunt before it got out of hand. On a different topic, another interesting bit of information I learned from Constantine was that she was noticing a gradual uptick of spiritual sightings around Lacrimosa, fake sightings aside. This appears to be unrelated to the uptick in monsters, so I have a feeling it might have something to do with the Daughter of Water. As usual, I will keep you all informed. In other minor news, Ash and I participated in an investigation this month. However, the details and findings of such I will keep secret until I learn more and I'm able to confirm some of my suspicions. All should be revealed in due time. I also spoke to Sarah regarding a long-time dream of mine to plan out the details, so stay tuned for more as I reveal our plan. Additionally, nothing else of note happened during the month to constitute a third hunt, but part of me is afraid something dangerous is lurking in the shadows. And thus concludes our third month at Middle Tower. Many more puzzle pieces are beginning to fall into place, and things are starting to be put into motion. It seems several problems are being caused by different entities within and around Lacrimosa, but I will continue to do my duty to keep you all updated on the strange events going on in and out of the city. Until next time, my faithful readers.
Thank you, Wallace. And with that, we transition to Middle Tower around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. A monthly meeting, yet again, called by Candace. As you all shuffle into the Middle Tower lobby, you notice that Candace is dressed up in formal wear, as is Sarah. Sort of sleek black dresses with a few jewelry adornments here and there. One in particular that you notice is a teardrop pendant that Candace has around her neck. Of course. Let me get stuff together. Get chairs out again and everything situated. And sorry, I'm running a little bit behind today. There's been a complication or two.
What kind of complication?
Oh, just plans going awry. Have some dinner plans today with a few members of the guild, along with a few other important bodies in Lacrimosa, and well, here's hoping that things work out. But the time got moved forward just a little bit, so I had to do some extra prep. Anywho, we should get started for the day. First things first. Good job, Team 1 and 2. Well, Team 1 and fill-in Team 2. Thank you, Wallace, for filling in for Steele, who is still missing.
Any updates on that situation? Has not contacted me either.
No, I also haven't heard anything from him, which is worrying. People usually just don't disappear overnight, so
Yeah.
Does he do any investigating sort of on his own, or do you normally send him on all of his endeavors?
Hmm. I don't recall ever there being a time where I wasn't either accompanying or assigning him to research a location for me. So, as far as I know, there's nothing he's really done on his own outside of my tutelage.
Hmm. Okay. Well, here's hoping he shows up again. Anywho, uh, we have some important business to get to. First of all, to the four of you who dealt with the groundskeeper. Fantastic job, and I wanted to be very upfront about saying that the damages to Timber Hill Park were written off in full by the guild. They are covering it for us.
And
Yay.
hey, but
Um, is is that also including any like? Is it just for the physical damages, or is it also like anything that might have been associated with us? Like, is it being written off that it like Middle Tower did not do damage, or is it just being paid for?
That middle tower uh, essentially is not responsible for any of the damages. The guild is simply
Mhm.
helping uh, fix the parts of the park that were, well, caught up in the fire.
And the woman that brought us back, is she the reason for that, or is she not associated with the guild? And if she's not associated with the guild, is she someone that may talk about Middle Tower being there?
Oh, Amber. Yes, I am. I'm fairly close with Amber. She is one of the uh, heads of the guild. Pretty young and doesn't really look it, but she is technically my boss. We get along fairly well, though. She's uh, she saw what you all did and saw what it was that you took down, especially with the work at the festival, and pulled strings to get things fixed without us needing to pull from our own supply, which is a big help.
does that mean that Dr. Stein would leave me alone about the recent damages?
Well, I mean, technically, that was still done by you, but that is the fun. Well, whoever it was, you, whole, plural, um,
Why do I always take the fall for all the fire damage? It wasn't even me
I
this
mean,
time.
There wasn't
I mean,
too many
you
people
do.
hurt. There wasn't too many people hurt by the fungal clouds, right?
no, and the people who were hurt by it um, were helped fairly quickly. We are still investigating the park, and the park is still closed due to us not knowing whether or not there is any cases of fungus still there. But we will also keep you all updated on that front.
At least it seems that the greater threat of why the fungus were there in the first place is gone. So once it's fully out of the park, we should be good, hopefully.
Yes, absolutely. And on top of that, that hunt was written down as a 4-star endeavor, excuse me. So that is a nice amount of supply in our pockets, thankfully.
Hmm.
On top of that, the shade, wonderful job, and of course, extremely minimal. In fact, I dare to say none or no damage, which is very much appreciated. And wonderful job on that. 2-star, another 50 supply in our pockets, which is good as well. We don't have any new research per se. But with some of the information we got about the groundskeeper and how it was operating, it has given Ellie some ideas. So the Sharkbud research that was on the table before has some odds of being better now. Ellie said she could probably do something more with it now that she knows a little bit more about how these shark buds kept popping up. So keep that in mind. Yes.
Was the guild able to recover a body for this groundskeeper?
Unfortunately, no.
It's a shame.
I mean, he was seemingly made of plant, at least partially, so most likely when we destroyed like the plant stuff around him, that probably he was probably consumed and decomposed with that.
Yeah.
Additionally, there was
To
some
be-
fire thrown around.
To be
So
fair, the whole thing collapsed onto itself.
mhm.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Um,
That much plant matter, and it's like finding a needle in a burning haystack. And except that needle is probably also flammable, so well, nothing was recovered as far as we know. Speaking
That's a
of
shame.
research and equipment, though, we have 2 new pieces of equipment for you. Ellie, would you like to take the floor? Yes. I have been extremely excited to talk to you guys about these. With the help of Z here, I have made 2 things. You guys wanted research on the Hunter Martin and the Glass Eye before. So, starting with the Martin, I created the Martin cloak. And she pulls out this cloak that just sort of would, no hood or anything, it would just sort of droop from the shoulders. And it connects sort of around the neck. And it is made from the tail of the Winter Hunter Martin. Once activated, it begins crystallizing the mana in the air, draining the immediate area of its mana. Then, for the next 10 minutes, the next hit to the cloak will cause it to erupt in a cone towards the impact.
interesting.
I will put this in the armory shortly. Probably while some conversation stuff is happening later. For now, I will simply post this here.
How big is the cone?
Not as big as like the Hunter Martin could make it.
Got it. Got it.
But it would, I would say it springs out about like 10, 15 feet. Like,
Okay.
not huge, but enough that if something like claws at you or claws at the cloak or punches it or something along those lines, it will envelop them.
Yeah, I was because I was just concerned of like if we bring this on a hunt, do we have to worry about other hunters getting hit by this cone?
Yes.
But it's like at least it's not as big as the original one, so that's good to know.
Yeah.
Because I was like, if that's the case, I'm like, this is a very dangerous. As someone who saw the blast, it is.
Somebody say unstable large amounts of mana condensed into one giant thing. Do I have the person who knows how to deal with that?
The other thing is, and Ellie starts rummaging through a bag that she has next to her and pulls out something that takes the people who are on the glass lens hunt, or the glass eye hunt, by surprise, as it looks very, like, similar to it, is a little bit smaller, definitely shorter legs. And she shows it off and is like, ta-da! The glass lens. This can be used to stream a series of video or a series of pictures to a mana tablet for around an hour when activated. Around an hour, 2 hours per mana crystal. In game terms, it will last a time segment. Like, if you activate it in the morning, it will last through the day portion. So you set it up. You set it up one segment, and it can record an area for the next segment, essentially.
You basically just gave us what we've been asking for. Like, can we send pictures through the mana phone? And now we can.
Mm-hmm. Except, like, there's only one of these. So
yeah,
it's more like a Rainbow Six Siege. Those little little drones.
It's still closer.
Yes.
My kids.
This is something you can set up, and she shows off the legs and shows that they aren't like it's not remote control. But she shows off with a little piece of wood that you can sort of stick the legs into softer surfaces, like sort of like a tack.
Nice.
And it records the data on the tablet.
Yes, it sends the information to one tablet. You can pair them just by putting them next to each other.
Just visual, no audio?
Yes, just visual.
But at least having an actual video of if we encounter a creature, instead of having to describe it, we can show it to Middletown.
Yeah, so to describe sort of how this works, because there is no, like, you can't send pictures or like video to other people off of mana tablets, but we have established that you can draw on them. Essentially, it is taking whatever that drawing program is on the mana tablet, and it is constantly updating the picture, like a frame at a time. So it is essentially a like black and white visual, like security camera footage of whatever it's seeing.
An Etch-a-Sketch.
Kind of, yeah. An Etch-a-Sketch is a really good way of describing it, actually.
Yeah, I mean, this is
fastest Etch-a-Sketch bot.
Yes.
And so I will put that there as well.
Someone's gonna become a Twitch streamer using the glass lens.
No, they're gonna become a vlogger.
Oh no, even worse.
Become a vlogger. We already have Wallace.
No, but
Hey.
Now he
Wallace
gets a video.
is a Redditor, not a vlogger.
No, he literally.
Wallace is a blogger.
Yeah, he is a.
I'm a man. I'm a man of many talents.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and with that, we have one more announcement, and it is a fairly important one from Sarah. I have talked this plan over with her for the last month, and we've come to a conclusion. Sarah, would you like to take the stage? And Sarah takes a quick step forward. It's like, yes. So, I talked with Wallace last month, and we thought about how what has been happening could have been a result of something that is happening around the garden or the other cities, and we think that it is worth investigating. The biggest problem with this, of course, we have the manpower here to be able to do something like that, but the problem is who watches the city while we are gone. Since we have sort of taken that role, we will need to make some sort of plans for that. And the other thing is, of course, supply. We are going to need food and some method of transportation that can hold all of us, and along with a few other things here and there to help us on the way.
Wait, okay, could you pause for a second? So you're implying that we should, head out and check the other cities, right? Specifically the garden. Cool. Does this include Heliosphere?
It could, if we end up having reason to investigate it. However, since Heliosphere is closer to us, we probably wouldn't need to send everybody, although it would be ideal if we did.
No, I don't, it is not a good idea to send me to Heliosphere. At all.
Okay. Well, we will touch on that shortly, I guess. First of all, I need to talk to you all about sort of the costs of this. On top of flagging down some hunters that would be willing to help hold the fort while we're gone, the costs are as follows. It would be 400 supply for a round trip to Heliosphere, 650 for a round trip to Frostholm, as well as 1,000 supply for a round trip to the garden. I am aware that these are large numbers, but we have to take a lot of stuff into consideration while we are going, as the wastes are dangerous. This, of course, isn't just taking into account food, but extra weaponry and defenses to keep monsters at bay or from noticing us, along with getting ourselves a vehicle that is going to get us from point A to point B, and most importantly, back again. Because it doesn't matter if we go to the garden and make a wonderful discovery if we die.
I'm not extremely familiar with like the areas around these places, as I've been in Lacrimosa my whole life, but with some of these, like the garden, I definitely think like we want to send as many as possible. But if we're sending people to like Heliosphere or Frostholm, would it be possible that the cost could be lowered if we send less people? Obviously, like we send what we think we will need to that will make it like survivable, but like we don't need like the full team to go. And that would also save on the issue of who do we keep watch over the city while people are gone. Because in theory, from what Candace said, the guild is somewhat in our favor right now. So if we sent some people to go investigate, we either could send some guild members with them possibly, or vice versa, we could have some guild members help out on a hunt. Do you think that would be possible, or do you think this would be a mostly middle tower needed event?
Um, I would like to have for Heliosphere and Frostholm, since they aren't as unknown of territories or dangerous, we could make do with only taking around, I would say, maybe half of the team. Maybe around 5 members. 5, 6 members. Probably 5. Leave 6 here for 2 groups. Well, I guess we only have 10 right now, huh? So 5 would be splitting it down the middle. But we would like to have as many people as possible because, of course, you are all trusted hunters, and with the wastes being as dangerous as they are, I worry about taking hunters we are less familiar with. As I don't want
That's
them
understandable.
getting in the way.
Oh no,
I
that's totally understandable.
There's a few different voices.
When my thought was more on the if we sent more hunters, do you think the guild would be willing to lend members to help Middle Tower keep the city safe?
More than likely.
Okay, so if we could get away with sending more people and possibly have a guild member or two help out with some of the hunts, because and this was an issue I was going to bring up later as someone who lived here and has noticed um, some of these just in the past in these last 2 hunts we had 4 people go unstable, and one of those was a 3-person hunt. So if we sent if we left 6 people here and did 2 3-person hunts, that could mean a lot of us are injured, and with some, I assume at least one of the people from the med bay would be sent on that voyage, we would have even less people making sure people can recover. So I think having any help we can from the guild, because they probably have someone who could have experience in the med bay, or at least add another person to help fight any monsters that show up.
So there's a slight problem with that. If we ask the guild for help with any of our activities, it's going to be noticed by the other guild members, and that'll encourage them to help out the people they are backing.
That could be true. Obviously, but it sounded like there was a connection with Amber, who's one of the heads. So maybe it wouldn't be spread to everyone if we asked the right people at the guild.
I
Addition.
have a question.
Yeah.
Yes, see?
What are we doing about the means to meet with any of those daughters?
The means to meet with any of the daughters?
They're obviously involved with the past 2 incidents.
2?
2 incidents.
Hunts.
The last 2 hunts?
I mean, I know the groundskeeper.
Yeah, there was a connection with the groundskeeper, but the Shade wasn't involved.
The Daughter of Water was mentioned as increasing activity around the city.
Well, that was speculation from Wallace. Is it not?
That was merely speculative. I am not suggesting that the Daughter of Water is at all responsible for destroying her own city. It was merely speculation as to perhaps something to do with her disappearance causing some sort of uptick in the spirits due to whatever mana issues it might be causing with her not being here.
And what of the daughter of Wild?
Well, we
Do we-
don't know. We know where the Daughter of Fire and the Daughter of Ice are. They are leading their respective cities. We have absolutely no information on the Daughter of the Wild.
Perhaps we could seek out information from them on where their whereabouts would be.
Well, that is if we can make it to the garden.
I think that
Question
is
answered.
5 steps too early.
Yeah.
A question to ask.
Hmm. I'd
Little or
prefer.
less?
You'd prefer?
I think I would prefer if we try to leave out when it comes to M's recommendations. I don't trust most of the organizations around here.
Oh,
No.
I don't trust them as well. But it sounded like at least Candace and I assume the rest of the staff at Middle Tower would trust at least one of the people in charge of the guild. So she seemed like someone who could recommend people that we could trust at least. I don't think making it public to the whole city that we would be requesting help, but I at least think that asking Amber could be a route we take. But also, even let's say we do the heliosphere one, we are still currently 200 supplies short of going on that. So it wouldn't be a soon event either. So in theory, we could set up a way to talk to her in advance about possibly a month or two down the line having this happen. Build some trust with
And
her,
all
not
I'm
just
saying is-
immediately ask.
All I'm saying is, all we know about Amber is that she is Candace's boss. We don't know if she's a leader of a guild. We don't know if she has a boss that she talks to, who she reports to. Trying to bring up a proposition like this just sounds like it will leak out, is what I'm saying.
I'd say more looking into independent contractors hunters who don't
Now-
want to work under the guild.
Now,
I mean,
if you do need somebody who knows the wastes, how expert of a navigator would Red be for the wastes?
Having lived out there for a while, but not really getting your, I guess the best word for it would be sentience. You could get, just off of instinct alone, you could do quite a bit in the wastes as far as navigating goes. But I would say you definitely know your way around at least like the Lacrimosa area. And what where would you say Red would have been? Like, if you were to say she was in between one of the cities, where did you terrorize when you were a monster? Or when you were more of a monster?
Probably between, I would probably say between Lacrimosa and Frostholm.
Okay.
I've traveled the path from here to Heliosphere before, so I know it. But
we also have, if I could be wrong about this, but from what my understanding is, Wallace has also been to the wastes before, correct?
Not very far out, as it would be foolish to go much farther than close to the walls on my own. But I have been to the wastes. Yes.
Yeah, you have been outside the walls looking at monsters at least before. So that is
Correct.
while not like obviously you have not explored extensively, you have seen what can happen out there when there's not like cities, when it's just the monsters to be on their own. You've seen kind of how so there is at least someone else who has some knowledge of
It's
what kind.
it's dangerous. I've traveled from Heliosphere to here before.
Well, I don't doubt it's dangerous. I
And
just
the
Oh, well,
the
everywhere is dangerous. The only
mm,
difference is here, there's a wall to make you think you're safe.
yeah, but um I don't know if they still do it anymore, but sometimes caravans would be sent to Heliosphere for different reasons.
Well, we do still do occasional trade with Heliosphere, as far as I know. And Candace sort of speaks up. Uh, maybe we could. That's an option.
We can work as bodyguards.
Yeah, we could
For them.
send a group.
I know somebody that we can talk to if we wanted to go that route.
Okay. That might makes things slightly easier for Heliosphere. And would cover a few of our costs, making it quite a bit more likely, but at the same time, we wouldn't be able to send as many people, which hopefully would be fine. We can cross that bridge when we get there, if that is something we decide that it is important for us to check out.
I'm just scared that we need to send somebody who knows Heliosphere's layout.
I mean, in theory, and I also could be wrong on what her abilities are, but Ellie went to the university as well and seems fairly capable in her knowledge. She's someone we could send if Ash is worried on heading back to Heliosphere.
It's just that if I was to go to Heliosphere, we would have more problems leaving.
I mean, yeah, again, if you're worried on heading, I could be wrong, but Candace or Sarah, you might be able to speak, or if Ellie is here, I don't know if Ellie is
Yeah.
in the room or not, but like Ellie could be someone we send, because I assume as well, like depending on how, like what people are going, like Jackie may also be someone who goes because we need that. So like we may have some of the staff here heading with us on these things. So if we need someone who knows Heliosphere, Ellie could be someone who could fill that region. Same with Enlil for Frostholm, but if we find or James as well, if there are other people that are from Frostholm that we encounter, that is another option we could go through.
If we do send Ellie, I would need to talk to Ellie before she goes.
Well, that could be arranged, but as Candace was saying, this is a something to sort of keep in mind. We aren't planning any immediate outings, and of course do not have the immediate means to do so, so it is at least a month out of planning, if not more. It is merely something that is on the table, that if you guys decide that you want to do it, we can make it happen. If that's where the lines lead, then we'll go. And hopefully
I mean,
get some information to boot.
and correct me if I'm wrong about this, but we've encountered two creatures from near Heliosphere, one from Frostholm and one from near the Wilds, to our knowledge.
Yes. To our knowledge.
Yeah, for the things that are like regional things that we've been to, because we don't know where the groundskeeper is from. He could be a thing from the wild, from what it sounds like, but there's no actual proof of that yet. But at least we know, like, we have seen things from all three cities.
Yes, we've seen stuff from around the whole continent at this point, and
Mm.
unless Crone is becoming smaller and smaller as we speak, something is probably moving them. But again, we're not quite sure. We'll get into some more theory crafting and suggestions and stuff like that in a bit and discuss on that. First, let's finish up the rest of the logistics. First of all, let's check in on everybody's downtime activities. So the first thing I want to look at, first thing I want to figure out is, as an answer to a question that you guys asked before, yes, since one of the people who worked at the med bay was injured and the other one wasn't, the one that they can help each other. So
Mhm.
so Rose is accounted for to be able to do her downtime activity, which is help 2 other people. And I think with James helping 1 other person, that is all 4 people that were injured. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
was
that's
the
checks
correct.
out
I
on that
believe
one.
so.
Yeah,
Okay,
that was the
That's
correct
good.
map. That's what I figured.
okay. Sick. So that means everybody got to do their downtime activities.
Is that
So
right? You to erase all the harm that's on me? Because I do have a lot of harm from
you
my
have
last mission.
6, right?
We have advanced medical bay too.
Yes. You have 6,
But-
right?
For some reason, it shows only 5.
It was at
Oh,
6,
it's
and then
because
when this did RP with you, you asked what you were at, and you said
yeah.
you were at 5.
Yeah. Heal down to 1 harm. Heal up to 1 harm,
Okay.
I should say. So and yes, everybody should be healed up unless you were at 6, then you are now at 1. And with that as well, Mr. Sun, since you did not end up on a hunt last month, you are also healed up that 1 that you were missing. Or actually, I believe that might have been healed up before, but I can't remember.
No, I had 1 more left.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is now also healed up.
Huzzah.
With that, let's check, because I know, yeah, we did with Ash here help defend the walls. So let me pull up the downtime document and we can do some rolls and figure out how much money y'all made from downtime activity stuff.
Ooh, fun.
Yeah. Shamani.
Come on.
A few of you guys did those sort of activities.
I have to pay for the damages.
Yeah. Bum. Doing stuff. Where is campaign document? Sick. So we had defend the walls. So yes, you will also have. No, you already did your thing that started you with 1 harm. Never mind.
Mhm.
So roll 4d6.
Okay.
Or 5d6, excuse me. I
5.
don't know how to read.
21.
Ooh, that's a good
210.
Shmoney!
Nice.
Shmoney, that is a good fucking roll. All right, that is
Ash
Two-
fucking.
that is 210 supply for the wall.
Isn't that
No.
nearly equivalent to like a 3 or
Oh,
4
4-star.
star?
Like a 4
It's a
star.
4-star.
That is 10 supply above a 4-star.
That essentially
Ash-
doubles our total
Yeah.
supply right now. We had
Honestly,
220.
We can now go
So-
to we can now
How
go to
Cornelius
Healer's
here.
Gear.
So
Ash
essentially, I
beat some
wanna
ass.
explain like why this ends up being that much. Because you are like on the walls and constantly fighting monsters for essentially the whole month. It nets you a lot of money since you are helping out with several, like, 1 and 2 star threats usually, that are just around the walls, and you're making space for the city.
Oh my God.
You are earning quite a bit of money doing this, but definitely don't come out unscathed. So
I feel like Ash just like every single time that they hear monster on the wall, she's just like, yes, hi, I'm here. And just beat
and
the shit out of him.
with that roll, that certainly reflects it.
Yep.
So do I get to do one of those rolls too?
Yes, you did. Help the docs, assist the
Yeah,
docs.
assist the docs.
Yes. So that is 3d6.
Is someone gonna roll for
This
Noah
button?
on his?
Did he have one too?
Yeah, he had it's this guild center information, which is the 2d6.
Sick.
That's
That
about as
is
mid
an
as a roll as it
extra.
gets.
That's an extra
Yeah.
90. So that is 300 supply. And then there is Noah's, which was 2d6, which I will roll. Times 5, so that is 20. Lots of money.
He also gets a
Yeah.
hold. That's
That's true. Well, he got that during his last hunt.
true.
Have I paid back my property damage? No.
I think you have.
210, probably.
So let's punch those numbers in. Where is the middle tower stats? That is 210, 9, or not 9, 90, and 20. Which brings us to a total of 430 positive. Which
Nice.
means you guys are now at a nice and healthy 650 to supply to work with this month.
All right.
So now,
Can we refund the glass eye research so we can be at 690?
nice. And no.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Cool.
I think the additional stuff got added to the upkeep, or was that? Oh, the upkeep just shows how much extra we got, right?
Yeah, that shows the difference essentially. That
Oh.
yeah, that
Mhm.
is. So this is now at the start of month 4. Okay, so we're sitting at 650. So, first things first, we should probably get this out of the way. Do you guys want to do the shark bud research?
I think we should. We have,
We
if someone
probably
plans
should.
on being with Ellie, like or no, does being with Ellie just add an additional thing we can research, or can Ellie just
Yes.
automatically?
So there's only one thing that you guys can research this month. There's no reason for anybody to really be helping Ellie
Okay.
this month.
Also, the Winter Martin
These-
research that's deletable, right?
The Winter Martin research?
It's on
The
the
number
bottom.
7.
Oops.
Yeah. I was just like, I feel like the math was, yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if we have, we're still at like 600 if we research the thing, so I don't see a reason not to let Ellie research that.
Yeah, for sure.
That actually brings up a question in character.
What's that?
Z,
Yes.
I know you were helping out on the research with the glass eye. Did you figure out anything about where it came from?
Miss?
The answer to that is no. You did. It was a lot of the same stuff that was already discovered before, in that it was definitely like the stuff you did figure out about it is this was definitely like created. Like this was This was a man-made monster, essentially. Slightly mechanical in some ways, but still, of course, fleshy, squishy.
Just like all
And
of us.
yeah, and of course with the umbrella symbol on it.
Now we have to deal with some Frankenstein motherfucker going around making monsters. Great.
Frankenstein is now canon in this world.
Yep. Of course.
Just the scientist though,
Yeah,
not
just the
his mom.
scientist, not the monster. Cannot
Yeah.
make that clear enough.
That's copyrighted.
Yeah.
And this will make us do Phasmophobia, but not Frankenstein.
So first things first, do you guys want the shark blood research?
Yeah, I mean, I see no reason.
I was actually supposed to bump this up to 50 from 40. 50 from 30, excuse me. But
that's,
yeah,
I mean, that's still like, we have more than enough supply. If anyone has a reason they think we shouldn't, like.
Cool.
No, I think doing shark bud research would probably benefit us.
Bud plus.
So is that just is it just an increased version of what we would have gotten with like the original, or is it like a fully new thing?
It's different from what I originally had planned.
Okay, that's cool.
It is quite neat. I already have in mind what it is, and I'm excited for you guys to get it. Hoo-ha.
Be a magic bag of tricks.
But yeah, I mean, everything else from the armory has been cool so far, so I trust that it's worth it to research.
Cool. With that, let's do signups, and I want to point out in the Discord that there is now a confirmed sessions channel that is mostly for me because I realized this last month that I did a poor job of actually like hard confirming things so people knew when hunts were. So we're going to use this now. So whenever a hunt time is like decided, I am going to @ everybody who is in that hunt and put the time and date there. So when that is figured out in LFG, I will let everybody know. So
I just realized that chat doesn't have a little lock next to it when all the others do.
True, bestie.
Oh boy.
I'm working on it.
Okay, cool.
I just realized. Sorry.
You just realized?
Oh, this is it.
I just realized that I have Professor Stein, enough Frankenstein's thing in this universe. Here we go. Oh no.
I was also gonna say 4 signups. Like I promised Zach that he will get on a 4-person hunt this month. Even though he is not here, I am going to make sure he gets signed up for that. So I'm just informing that. So like, if you, like, I'm asking like because he's not here, like, please let him get on one. Like,
yes,
he deserves it after this point. He also went like it's like he's been on 3-person hunts. Like,
I mean, if we have 3 hunts and only 3 people sign up for all 3 hunts, and then he comes back, he literally can't be on a 3-person hunt.
So
that's what I'm saying. Like, please let him.
I will say I want to specifically keep the first hunt at a max of 3 people for what I have planned. So yeah, just sign up in groups of 3s and then know.
Let's add Noah to that immediately.
I just want to double check. Can everyone still see confirmed sessions?
I can.
Yeah.
Yes.
Assume that. I was like,
I need to get on a hunt with Mr. Sun, motherfuckers.
Write it in now.
It's my turn.
Yeah, it's right. I'm putting myself in number 1 because it's been a hot minute since I've gone on the hunt.
The other thing I will say is due to what happened last month, Little Willie, James, and Mr. Sun are all going to be taking place in the investigation this month. as well.
All right.
So
So is that a 3-person investigation then?
yes, and if of course any of you decide that you like don't want to do that investigation for whatever reason, that is totally fine. But I figure I wanted to make sure you guys got an extra session in. So.
Oh my god. I just realized Mr. Sun and James are going on it with Ash after she hurt herself for the 3rd time and went critical. Now she needs to be babysat by the 2
I mean,
dads.
to be fair though, you've gone unstable in all 3 hunts that you've been on.
It's
Yes.
Also, James
You
isn't
have.
even the second oldest in the group, thank you very much. So it's not even like that.
Yeah, no, it would
Yeah,
be even
Noah's a
better.
dad.
It would be even better if it was a 4-person hunt with Noah, James, and Mr. Sun all watching over Ash. Okay.
Cool. So.
Just to question, I have never used my hold.
I also forgot to use my hold.
Your hold?
Like I'm just sitting on my month 1 and 2 hold still. I'm helping Candace.
Oh.
Do those just last forever otherwise?
Like for helping out?
Yeah.
That sort of stuff? No, you're supposed to use them hunt of.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well,
I feel
he didn't get a month 3 hunt, so can he use his month
Well,
2
my
you know
on
what?
the
Yeah, that's
investigation?
My
Like-
month 3 hunt wasn't with Candace. That was with the tech team, which we will have to work out eventually. TM.
Oh wait, hold on. Let me look over at that shit real quick.
Yeah, you had. Yeah, he had adjust equipment.
Adjust equipment. We can run that today. We can. Yeah.
I asked about it in the I asked about it in the chat a while ago. But I didn't know if there was a firm confirmed yes or no on that. If I do help Sarah like sort through monster logs, would I be able to do an RP with her today, or would I have to specifically do Hangout to do that?
You would, like I said, you would be able to spend time with her, but it is going to be different than choosing, like, hang out with X person. Because hang out with X person is supposed to be, like, you spending more, I guess, intimate or important time with them, while you would just sort of be seeing Sarah in passing with the other one.
Yeah, the reason I asked was like because it's not like a personal matter I'm asking about. It's a like related to like research reason. So I'm fine with either. I just wasn't sure which one I should put down to be able to do that today.
Yeah, you will get more information from Sarah if you do the build relations.
Okay.
For a good example of this is Wallace. The reason he got the thing together in the first place, like the traveling from place to place, was because he did the hangout session with Sarah and discussed this with her. Like, discussed this plan with her. So, like, the build relations are to try and, like, swing an NPC to do one thing or another, or to get, like, extra information, or simply build a bond with them. So.
Yeah, because I remember last month I did build relations with Professor Stein, and I have a feeling that's just going to be like a future thing that'll come up at some point.
Yeah, for sure.
Who hasn't put besides Noah? Who hasn't put their name on the sheet yet? I'm trying to figure something out because I want to make sure Noah gets on a 4.
I mean, he's going to. We're all just what was said is everybody's just. We're gonna let Noah pick which hunt he wants to be on, essentially, because he's not here. So he will be guaranteed a 3-person slot if there's only 3 people in each, like, group right now. So.
Yeah, it looked like there was 7 people signed up for it so far.
So Lil Willie still has to sign up.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lil Willie
Lil
and
Willy and Z.
Oh, okay.
and Z. Okay, that I was like, who is? I was trying to figure out what the name was missing.
Can't believe James and Lil Willie are going through a breakup.
Not true. Well,
No,
Lil
but
Willie
it's
can hang out with
the
Wallace.
Solve an
investigation.
investigation.
Yeah, Lil
It
Willie can
is-
hang out with Wallace
Okay,
too.
I see custody in the weekends. I got it.
Yeah. James currently James is now having to deal with the other chaotic child
What are you talking about? I'm right there.
No,
to keep
Amy,
out
you
of
don't get
trouble.
it.
You-
I've literally been on a hunt with Lil Willie every month.
Yeah.
And now because of the investigation, it continues.
Get Little Willie off of there.
Yeah, Lil
Get Little Willie out of there.
It's a 3%.
It's the 3-person. Get Little Willie out of there.
Wallace and M, or oh no,
you can't get Wallace now.
no, yes I can. It's
No.
4 people.
Oh, you
Uh-huh.
can.
I
Well, no,
got it.
Wait, no, but
no.
Noah.
No,
No.
Darkle.
Yeah, what we're doing is there's
Derek's
3-person in each group, so Noah can choose which one he wants to
Oh.
be in.
Yeah.
No.
Of the second two, since
That's
the
what you
first
get.
one-
You waited until all
But I
of the other
wanted
people already
Wallace. I
signed
wanted
up.
Wallace.
You gotta keep
No.
waiting.
Well,
You're gonna have to
I
be
asked
quicker
you
than
that.
that.
More-
I asked who didn't sign up, and you had a chance. You had a
More
chance for Z, but
realistically, I did not want red.
that's fair as well.
Uh-huh.
I also did not want red.
It's
Especially-
really
Lil Willie's frantically
Uh-oh.
trying to find any
This-
reason he can to not put his name next to Red's on the
Yes.
mission board right
Oh
now.
my god. Okay,
Yeah.
quick question. How
He just
many of
takes
the
it-
hunters know that Red fed off of Ash?
Well, we didn't
Just the
tell us
people on
all.
the hunt,
Yeah,
just the
probably.
people on the
Everyone on the call now knows.
Yeah, apparently.
That was not public
Spoilers.
information.
Yeah, I didn't know that information.
Spoilers. What?
I mean, I guess Willie still doesn't know it, but
Technically,
I
the
know
characters
it.
the characters do not know this information because it was not detailed in the report.
Not
It
in the
was-
Mr. Sun
But
probably
I
knows
I
that.
listened specifically for that. Nobody has told Mr. Sun otherwise.
Yeah, the 4 people who went on that hunt know, but
Nobody-
no one else.
Nobody has
Yeah.
from that hunt has said anything, which is why I also didn't include it in the
Yeah.
blog.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, the
So
blog.
no, Mr.
The
Sun does
blog
not
generally
know.
has all of
Yeah.
the public knowledge in it, so
Okay.
that is the purpose for it.
Yeah.
Uh.
I wonder if Red thinks she'll get old Yellard if she tells Mr. Sun.
Well, isn't
Yeah,
Mr. Sun
probably.
kind of worried about getting old Yellard though?
There's like an old Yellard hierarchy.
This is why
Get young Yellard.
Trickle
is
down
why-
old Yellard comments.
You kill
Really?
Red, someone above you kills you.
early. This is why I specifically DM'd you, asking if I could have Mr.
Okay.
Sun.
That's fun.
Cool.
I just saw a hunt for 2 people with proponents who are blowing themselves up. I'm like, I just gotta try to stop it.
gotta try to nip it in the bud.
Also,
Oh my god.
We did another smart thing of separating the 2 people who might be working in the med bay. So it's like they're on separate hunts. At least if it's like a very dangerous one, we don't have to worry about both of them being there.
True.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, some people didn't want to go with Red, and I found a great way that I don't have to.
Okay.
Because now people want me to split off from Red.
The thing is, I'm trying to have a hunt with everyone, and I got at least one new person. But
I also want to clarify, I don't have anything against Red. That was just kind of a joke.
no, some of us have things against
God,
Red.
so many of these characters are racist.
I know,
No, I'm
right?
not.
Like, so many people have such a problem with the monster in our
No,
group.
I'm not a racist. I'm just a conspiracy theorist.
That's
I'm
my
not a
job.
racist. I'm a humanist, and red is not a human. So
You're
You're
right.
right, it's a color.
Red is a color.
Yeah, Red is
red is
not.
a color.
Okay.
Oh
I feel like-
no!
We
Oh,
have
no.
one color and
Real
2
quick.
letters in this group.
What's up?
Real quick, before
Sorry.
There we go.
Red
Uh,
is
I
Like
do
the
see
old Yeller
color.
hierarchy.
I
I
never
can
thought
make it-
about that, Tara. Red is sus.
No!
No. I
Red is-
really want. I really want to edit the thing for what I'm going to reveal when we do like theory crafting, but I'm going to wait to do the
Okay.
edit to that picture.
Fucking-
So,
I hate my life.
real quick, I want to gather everybody
Amy,
back
you
up.
have to give me
Got
an
stuff we gotta
bogus.
get
Yep.
through.
Yep.
Um,
Yeah.
before everybody changes all their shit on the downtime activity thing, I just want
Oh.
to take note of people who need to do stuff, which from the looks of it, it was M, because you did the
No,
build.
I just changed that. I
You
changed it.
just
That's
changed
why that's
that? Okay.
yeah.
Did anybody? We already did Wallace's. We haven't done Little Willie's hang out with Candace, so we have another Little Willie Candace moment.
Adjusting
Oh,
equipment.
are we not changing the? Are we not changing the downtime activities yet?
I am just figuring. I'm trying to make sure I have accounted for everything before everybody changes. But
Okay.
I think I have, because the biggest thing is the Mr. Sun equipment one, and then Lil Willie Candace. Cool. So those are the other two ones that I have to do one-on-one with other people. Other than that, I think it's like free group RP for stuff other than that. So let's first things first do I think that covers all the logistic stuff. So you guys can change downtime activities now. Feel free to put it to whatever.
Honestly, I need that plus school hold.
Just for in case.
Can I wait until after my activity thing to decide what I'm going to do?
Yeah, sure.
Because I might keep it the same, depending.
Mm-hmm.
You have more equipment you need adjusted?
Maybe.
I think I'm gonna wait until after I do my RP with Mr. Sun before I.
Okay. Yeah. If you wanna hold out on them, just have them changed by, like, I don't know, soon TM, as it be. Let's do the group theory crafting stuff. Let's do group discussion. So you guys have finished all writing down on the chalkboard what you're going to be doing and what is going to be sort of happening. That has all been figured out. And everyone is sat back down again, and Candace says, well, next thing's next. Let's talk information. Any sort of leads?
Well, I mean, as Z kind of stated earlier, as well as in Wallace's blog, one of the and as the other people on the hunt heard as well, one of the groundskeeper claimed to be either under the control of or in service of one of the daughters. We assume probably the daughter of the wild, but there's no definitive proof to say exactly why it's around.
All he said was that the daughter won't be happy about this.
Yes, so I assume that that means the daughter sent him to do something.
I believe I heard Daughter of the Wild.
I have the specific.
He did not specify.
Yes, for clarity's sake, I did not specify which.
We just assumed.
Yes.
Trying to find.
Wallace, do you want to share what we found on our investigation?
Gladly. And Wallace is gonna pull out a little binder with notes on it, and gonna stand up for his presentation to the class.
Ash will stand as well to the side awkwardly as that one, as the partner of the presentation who feels like they didn't do anything.
So, from Ash and I's investigation, we discovered a few things. Where they will lead, I am not entirely confident myself, but I hope to keep this within Middle Tower for now until we figure some more things out. But we discovered that there is likely at least one other individual, whether or not they are affiliated with an organization is not certain. I believe that they are probably affiliated with some organization, but the victim of the glass eye was perhaps not intentionally selected, but he was attacked by a person who planted the eye on him and caused the chain of events that was that hunt. So currently, uh, I believe that some person or organization is using Lacrimosa as a testing ground for their creations, although nothing similar has popped up yet. It's something to keep an eye out for. Yeah.
I'd also like to note that when we were investigating the scene, it seemed like the perpetrator and their tracks simply vanished, which implies uh, some sort of teleportation.
Yes, that is also a very big detail that we discovered, which I found from Ash and from other sources, that teleportation is not an easy to accomplish feat. So someone capable of such things is dangerous to deal with. So keep an eye out for that.
And it's
Um,
possible that um, there's somebody who is a humanoid-esque monster who has the ability to teleport, or it is a high-level mage who has somehow mastered the art of teleportation, which is completely unheard of.
yeah. Regardless, this person will be very dangerous to be dealing with. So keep an eye out and stay on guard. Um, Another thing, we followed this lead per Ash's suggestion to Lacrimosa University to perhaps see if any students looking into teleportation were able to succeed. And we also looked into perhaps students working on bioengineering or something of the sort to uh, working with monster parts. Um, and in that regard, we found some information. However, I am unsure where it will go. But we discovered one person of note. His name is Terry Lee, and he was researching and dissecting a monster that could blink short distances, but he wasn't able to complete his research uh, at the time, so the report that he left was incomplete. And he was supposed to finish this research after graduating, perhaps under the supervision of the guild, but he disappeared, and we do not know where he could have gone. So I'm not sure what to make of this, but I believe this Terry Lee might be some person of interest that we might be needing to pursue or look more into.
He was also one of the individuals who was able to successfully teleport his body once. It's not common to do, and usually it's an accident. However, uh, learning how to do so through his research could result in him mastering it.
And that is what we were able to gather from our investigation. Um, I believe that this issue is perhaps not entirely separate, but I believe it is not related to the people bringing in monsters from outside of Lacrimosa. I believe that either those the two possibilities are that this organization is both bringing in monsters from outside Lacrimosa and creating their own based on their findings from whatever monsters they are bringing in and researching, or that the two entities are separate, one bringing in monsters and the other creating them for their own purposes. But either way, I do not believe that uh, this has to do with any of the daughters. I believe that this organization is working on their own.
So, worst case scenario, we have to deal with a group bringing in monsters, a group creating their own monsters. Whichever daughter is. Oh no, I guess that would be connected to the original one. So, and spirits rising.
Well, I would not say that the organization bringing in monsters is uh, exactly connected to the daughter because, say, for speculation purpose, it is the daughter of the wild who we are dealing with. I imagine based on the groundskeeper's bag of monsters, that more so her uh, assailants would be more plant based and from around the Amber Forest area, whereas the other ones from perhaps Frostholm might not be.
Except for the
So,
fact that they had a fungus originating from Heliosphere. That's the only discrepancy. So
Yes.
worst case scenario, 100% worst case scenario, we're dealing with about 4 to
Five.
5 different opposing forces to us.
Yes. The organization creating, the organization bringing, one of the daughters, and this uptick in spirits, which has been gradual over time.
As well as the people who seem to have organized the kidnapping of Candace at the festival. They're
well,
also a group that we
the
need to.
well, that was the plant group.
Yes.
It's possible that several of these are working together, but for now, these are the incidents sort of isolated into their own categories that we have discovered.
Mm-hmm.
They
And
might be working together, but only temporarily.
that's
Yeah.
also a possibility.
But also, if we consider any of these are working together, doesn't that automatically put them as 4-star or higher things we're dealing with?
What do you mean? The
If
monsters?
something's if something is capable, if a monster is responsible, because the groundskeeper was able to think on its own, and if he's working for someone or is associated with a group that's doing things like that, we're dealing with at least 4 or higher star monsters.
Could be less working with free will and more being used as tools.
I guess that is true.
From what we know, it's possible that the groundskeeper was working directly under the daughter. And a daughter is not necessarily considered a monster, but if it was to be a classification, they are goddesses.
Mm-hmm.
They have control over things that we wouldn't even imagine, which is what makes it so dangerous.
I have something I want to bring up, and I'm worried on what saying this will do, but I'll bring it up. You mentioned that people might be using Lacrimosa as a testing site. Recently, in my own research, I found a place that had multiple rooms in a sub basement labeled as Test Room 101, 102, etc. So that might be something we want to look into.
Where would this be?
Is there a map in on the near the chalkboard or something like that that I would be able to point to it or something?
Yeah.
It is essentially the triangle. If anyone has the map visible to them, there's a bit like a triangle shaped building near the number 2 on the map. And And additionally, Wallace, with your research, that building is a Celestine corporation. And I'm going to look at Mr. Sun.
Huh.
The badge you showed us first day, to show that you have, like, when we were making comments about having IDs and stuff, or a police joke, that knowledge as well as the word Celestine led me to that place. And I will then look at Candace and go, I have reason to believe that that is his organization. If I am correct about that, Candace?
Candace is currently staring a hole in Mr. Sun right now.
Mr. Sun's doing one of those things where you just kind of roll a pencil in his hand, just kind of flipping it about. He has a nice little pen. He's been taking notes. He's just flipping it and looking back at Candace.
Is there something either of you would like to say?
Well, as this cat is out of its proverbial bag, I don't want to say too much on Mr. Sun's behalf, but yes, Mr. Sun is from Celestine.
One of the
purpose?
leading organizations of Manatech gear and anti-monster protection.
Do you want to explain what the testing rooms are at about then?
The
Why
less
they'd be
you
in
know,
a
the
sub
better.
why it would be a sub basement that is password protected in the elevator? I saw inside of Celestine. I know that the business is not a top level, like it's a sub basement that these things are being done at.
Maybe that.
That's what concerns me, though. It's just the fact that one of the branches of the group you're working for has a sub basement for testing things.
It is naive to think that Celestine is the only organization which operates in that sort of behavior.
Oh, no, I do not doubt that, because I guarantee that if someone were to see into Middle Tower, they could assume the same about Ellie's area as a testing.
Just to segue from what you said, and maybe this will answer one of your questions, but we dealt with an incident with an individual who we can assume is to blame for Candace's attack from the Vine. And
yes, I do. I was one of the people
from my mentioning that I had met with that individual that very morning. Mm-hmm. And it was through their hint that they were going to be there, I was able to tell everybody to show up.
Well, on a similar segue to that, though, there was other people who knew about that attack going to happen. Amber, for one. Is that right, Candace?
Oh, sorry. What was that question again? I was
M is calling Candace out on the conversation that M overheard about Amber knew this event would happen, but did not know the extent of how far it reached in reference to the attack on the stage, as well as knowing the individual the woman on the stage.
I want to clarify with your words there that Amber did not know that was going to happen. Amber knew that the woman was going to be talking, but not any of the other stuff happening.
Okay.
That would be what you would know.
Okay. So, okay. Sorry, I may have
before you make call-outs that are
going
to get you into some trouble.
Yeah. No, that's what I was making sure, because I had written I might have phrased things in my notes incorrectly.
Mm-hmm. But the issue is that Mr. Sun, the person that you met with that morning, knew that attack was going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because they probably coordinated it.
Exactly.
But the point I was trying to get to before I was interrupted is these organizations, these groups, they're all fighting over the same scraps that Middle Tower is currently after. Whether or not the motives or the means are the same, they're all after the guild's approval and what the guild can offer them. So if there is some shiny new organization out there that's making moves and getting the public's attention, the guild is probably going to be leaning more on their side. Maybe even to the point where they could invite them out to a nice fancy dinner or outing and have a more private meeting with them.
Well,
Candace.
if you don't mind me asking you though, son, you said your organization's been around for years. Why would the guild no longer support Celestine as much as they support Middle Tower now?
Things change.
Did Celestine do something to make it change, or is it just
No, they've been producing the same caliber of results, but there's always competition. There's no monopoly on a market when the market doesn't quote unquote exist. These sorts of organizations aren't public for a reason. You may have seen the cells, but you, I promise, have no way of knowing what goes on in them.
the cells? I refer to them as testing sites. I didn't see if there was like people or in them. It just was a room.
Ah,
Are you implying that there are cells that Celestine has?
Kind of in the name.
I mean, cells are just
they're rooms.
They're
Testing rooms, holding rooms, whatever.
Well, okay, let me.
If you're
With
fighting
your-
monsters, things that go bump in the night, there are a couple ways you can go about fighting them. You can do what we're doing as a merry bunch of adventurers that are constantly hurting ourselves, or you can hurt others. And you'll
Other
get the
people?
same results.
But you hurt
Other
yourself.
people?
I do.
You hurt yourself. You're both in Celestine, and you do the same. I assume you do the same job here and in Celestine.
Yeah, sort of.
Which, that, when you say hurt others, I'm guessing you don't mean monsters.
I mean monsters as well.
But that also implies people. They hurt people to get the same results.
I'm gonna cut to a bigger chase about this then. Red, what's your experience with Sun's organization?
I know you're a very, very curious individual.
Indeed.
And in my experience, there are a vast amount of curious stars that get snuffed out early.
Well, I've avoided every monster attack so far.
Mr. Sun is going to stand up and he's going to walk to the door and crack it open and check outside just in case.
What I'm saying is, there
Is
are
that a
some
threat?
questions you should not
Roll-
ask aloud.
As you walk to the door, roll me a rate a bad situation.
And
Oh boy.
I thought it was
Ashes-
gonna be act under pressure, and I was gonna be like, oh no.
Ash is also going to step towards M and in between M and Red.
Well, what would my asking questions here do in this case, Red? What do you think I'm going to discover about asking? You can only reveal whatever you want. I'm also anything I ask of you guys, you could ask the same of me. For those who have talked to me before, I work on an exchange of information sort of basis. I will feel free to reveal anything about myself if you feel the need to ask.
Mr. Sun, hold one. What do
Okay.
you want to ask?
Is anybody listening in or outside the door?
Well, okay. let me ask one of the questions from the list, and we'll make a close. We'll make a close.
I think the dangerous one would apply to that
Yeah.
question.
Are there any dangers I haven't noticed yet?
Yeah, if there are any dangers I haven't noticed yet.
Um,
Or what is the
you
biggest threat?
you take a peek outside the door, and you notice that there is a small green glow coming from just outside the door, to the like top left of the door.
Hmm. Gonna slowly turn around, put his right hand to his mouth, and he's just gonna put an indent finger to quietly shush everybody in the room. Uh, can I see, just like looking through the crack, what it is?
You can't. There is just a small green glow that you notice sort of off of one of the it's just like a bit of reflection off the wall that you can sort of see. This thing, whatever it is small. It is literally like sitting on the top of the door frame.
Okay. Going to close the door. Anyway, as we were just saying,
Mm-hmm.
there
Yes, I
are.
was.
He's gonna, like, again, while talking, put his finger over his mouth, and he's gonna glare at M. Like the first time you've actually seen him angry, but he is going to glare at M. There are things that you don't understand, but I promise you, as I've said, from the very first time I came here, I am simply looking out for the better of the people of Lacrimosa, and I need you to take that at face value. And he's gonna hold his finger over his lips.
Candace gives a small glare over to Mr. Sun, and then and raises an eyebrow.
He's gonna then point kind of out but slightly up from the door, and then he's gonna put a hand over his ear, like as you would if you were listening to something.
I think I may understand what's going on. One moment.
If they have a reason to be listening in on you, it's
Um,
not a group we can trust.
Shh. One moment. Uh, Ash is gonna walk over to the door.
Okay.
You're out.
What?
Okay. You're first, as Ash is like walking towards you, Mr. Sun. Do you try to stop her as she walks towards the door?
No.
Okay. So you peer out the door, Ash?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would say, like, having seen where Mr. Sun looked, you would see where the like you see the same little green glow coming from the top of the door frame.
Gonna facepalm.
If Ash thinks about it, would would banishing it with magic possibly?
Banish. Interesting.
Banish a spirit or curse from person, object, or place it inhabits?
No. That
Or
does not relate here.
mm, or a place or portal to a specific person or a type of creature?
Well, it doesn't matter because this is out of character, but M did say that, made it audibly said that we are being listened to.
I did.
Are there any other doors?
There is like a back door in the log room that is like a sort of employee only door. sort of an emergency exit sort of deal, but that front door there is the main door.
Man. Well,
I'm
I
just
have it.
saying,
Oh, I just
you've
had an
had
idea.
you've had workers from your organization on hunt with us, as well as inside Middle Tower.
You hear Candace speak from your side, M, and you need to learn when to shut your mouth, M.
I understand that I may have said things I shouldn't right now, Candace, and I apologize because I fully intended on not informing people that you knew about Sun's organization. But when I found that there was a threat within this group, I felt I
That
needed to
is
alert people.
not what I'm talking about.
holy shit, Em, you are digging so many graves.
Ash, can you take somewhere else?
Yeah. Ash is gonna close the door, walk over, put her hands on M's shoulders, which Ash never touches M.
All right. Well, it's right above the doorway, apparently, right? Like whatever this green light is.
Mm.
Okay, he's just gonna, like, it's too late now. This is fucked already. He's just gonna reach up and grab it.
Okay. You see that it is a like a small pebble, like a rock, and it is just glowing this green.
Yeah. Okay, great. Squeeze it real hard in his gloved hands and just crush it.
Okay. It snaps pretty easily, and you see just like a small wisp of sort of mana come out of it.
Gonna walk over and hold it out for Ellie to take and do with as she pleases. So, since, all forms of coercion are out the window now, thanks for that. It's nice to have people here with the organization in a similar sense that other organizations are working with each other. We would be using Middle Tower, and so long as they think I'm performing, we reap the benefits of knowing what the other organizations are up to. But you sunk that, and you put Candace's life in danger.
From what I understand, your
You not
organization
only put your own life in danger, but you put everyone else in this place in jeopardy.
From what I
know
understood,
you say that
this
I know that you
organization
say that you
already
want.
was against us.
No, they're
No.
not.
Your organization knew of an attack on Candace.
They actually didn't.
You after the festival, you claimed
come to
that woman was
conclusions
part of the
way too
organization.
far.
She's not part of the organization. That is another organization that was
Which
having
organization?
a meeting. I don't know. I sure was in the process of finding out, though.
Why is your organization having meetings with people attacking us then?
You need to stop.
That would have been really cool to know, dude. But probably won't find out now.
I found out about Celestine. I can probably find out about them.
Leave.
And
This
we'll
is
walk
the
up to the
first
room.
time that you've heard Candace like this mad.
And we'll walk up to the room.
God fucking damn it.
I have no idea how I'm going to salvage this. I literally had a meeting with the president of the company today about not talking about the company. And she literally threatened my life. Oh my god.
Probably wasn't the first time either.
Damn it.
No, this was pretty much like, hey, this is the person who's going to come and assassinate you. They're more or less expert at that specifically. By the way, don't fuck up. And here I am, right after a nice cup of coffee. Well, I'll think of something.
I should have been keeping a closer eye on him.
Ash, I'm making sure not to do anything to M purely because you are their friend. But if no one can control M, the fact that he not only gave away this, but during our hunt together, ran to save his own skin instead of helping any of us out. I don't trust him at all.
There. I know M. I know why they do the things that they do. It's hard.
Kid's
To-
passionate, just not disciplined. Head's in the right place.
I wasn't lying
There.
about curiosity killing the cat.
I
And I'm
suppose
going
one
to-
thing I should mention is we have 3 months to figure out what's going on, or we'll find out. Because that's my deadline
Damn
to
it.
sink this ship.
God damn it.
What do you mean by sink this ship?
The reason I am here is similar to how my organization teamed up with another one who then had Candace attacked. My organization was not a part of that. My organization, however, does want the support of the guild, so they want me to make sure that the success here isn't up to par. That, of course, has not been very good, as I have made it a point to make the public image of Middle Tower exceptionally good. So they gave me a 3-month deadline after the 6 months of Middle Tower, that is. And when I inquired a little more about that, I learned just how firm that time frame was, which means within that time frame, something's most likely going to happen. Probably the guild coming to some sort of conclusion, some sort of event.
So, if you don't destroy Middle Tower's reputation in 3 months,
I become a body.
Wallace, Mr. Sun is not lying.
Okay. Hmm.
fuck! God damn it! Okay.
Since I first spoke to you, Mr. Sun, I will admit I was initially suspicious, but through your actions, you have proven time and again that you are looking out for the people, so I do not believe there's a reason to antagonize you. I still don't trust your organization, but
That's fine. They are not to be trusted. They do great work, and the work they do provide does save lives, but the means in which they do it can be heinous in comparison. What M did see would be classified as criminal anywhere else in the world.
Of course.
Fortunately,
Of
they
course.
don't understand. The only
No.
person here who truly knows what goes on there would be Red, but I encourage all of you not to pry.
Yeah. So, okay. There are a few things that I need to make clear here. Ash is like breathing because she is on the verge of having a panic attack. For one thing, if anyone dares lay a hand on M, in here or anywhere else, they're not going to keep that hand. Okay? Second, I know how M works. M doesn't know when to stop looking into things. I can try my best to keep them out of searching into things that will get us into more danger. But I can only keep them from doing it for so long.
So
they are a person who doesn't trust anything on this planet other than themselves.
So Mr. Sun's gonna walk over and he's gonna stand next to Ash and gesture for her to have a seat again.
It's okay, Ash.
Gonna pull out his thermos of V8 and put it in front of her. It's like, Ash,
Okay, Ash,
we're
you
not
can do
saying to stop researching. M's
No.
doing a great job.
I know they
It's a
are.
matter
but
of knowing
when to stop.
where you can talk. Not when to stop. Never stop. never ever
Yes.
stop the pursuit of knowledge, especially when it comes to stuff like
That's-
this. But there is a place and there is a time to bring it up. This was unfortunately,
Not the time or the
even
place.
though it is our monthly meeting where we discuss this
There.
stuff, we are in a very sensitive time where it is not even Stella's. She just puts his hand on top of her head. Ash, take a second, breathe, hang out. You need some water? Anybody have water?
Wallace is just gonna hand the unopened water bottle to her.
Drink up, chill out. Nobody here hates anybody else. I think some people might be a little racist, but that comes with
Damn it.
the
God
world.
damn it.
He's gonna say, he's not gonna crack up. He's just gonna say that but nobody here wants to hurt anybody.
I know. It's
While
just
a couple of us are angry at your friend, nobody here
that
is gonna
happens.
kick Em out. Nobody here is gonna tell them to stop doing what they're good at.
It's
We're
just
all on
that
the same team. We just need a minute to breathe.
M is really paranoid. M needs to know things as soon as they figure them out. They need answers right then and there, and they don't know when to ask the questions that they need to ask. They're
So-
not good with people. They're not good at reading situations.
I'm gonna teach you a little bit of spy right now. All right, and I need you to teach this to M. But if there's ever a sensitive question that he has,
They.
might not be, or they, my apologies, that they might have, and it might not be a safe situation, just have them rub their nose when they make eye contact with anybody in the room. And that'll mean that they can go aside and talk privately with them. I am an open book at this point. My God, I have no idea how I'm going to figure this out. Hopefully that did not need to be picked up in order to be read through later. I might have a live feed directly to Celestine, but boy, I really hope not. If not, actually, that might be a good idea. Ellie, can we get that? I know I crushed it. If you can fix that, can you see if it is a two-way responder or if it is a recording device? Because if it is a recording device, that means one of the people I brought here intended to bring it back in order to have it looked at later. If that's the case, we might be able to put our own anything on it.
Unfortunately, this was. It seems like it was probably some sort of live broadcast. All this is a rock. This is just a rock with some oracle. I am assuming some sort of oracle mana projection. They were essentially using this as a what's the word for it? A microphone, an earphone. They were listening through this
Great.
It's
live feed somewhere. Don't know where, don't know who, but
we
they
can only
heard
assume.
everything.
What would the range on that be?
Anywhere.
Also,
Depends on it depends on the person who is doing it. Some people who are better at these sort of things and better with mana manipulation can see things from several blocks away or halfway across the city.
There's one last thing I want to mention.
Yeah, sure, out with it. And this is Candace at this point, and she's rubbing her forehead. What is it?
I'm not gonna let anyone here turn into a body.
It's very idealistic of you to say.
Well,
It's definitely the best outcome.
There's
Hope we see steel again.
I
Hmm.
I know how to burn things to the ground and make things disappear. And if somebody tries to turn any of you into a body, I have things that I can do as a last-ditch effort to make sure that doesn't happen.
Now, how thoroughly can you burn stuff?
I can level an entire city block.
Okay, but if you made that more refined, could you burn evidence to not be traceable?
Probably.
Didn't know.
I've incinerated plenty of things before.
Didn't I hire a Manatech person?
Yeah.
I'm gonna page them.
Okay.
But if M so much as gets hurt by anybody in any of these organizations, I will burn everything to the ground.
Okay.
As much as I love to hear that we have another ticking time bomb on our hands, Ash, now is really not the time for it. Is there any other information from this month that we learned that we can use? That is what this time is for, and time is now of the essence. We have things to get done, and fast.
My personal recommendation, if I may, we should probably make that expedition to Heliosphere.
For what reason?
If only for the reason that if things go south in Lacrimosa, we may have another place to be.
No,
I
Why
won't.
heliosphere?
absolutely not.
I won't
Because
resist.
it's the cheapest.
I
Yeah,
feel
cheap
that-
real estate in Heliosphere.
I feel that scouting potential places to go is avoiding the problem rather than dealing with it. So, for now, while it is an option to consider, I would rather not yet plan for this worst case scenario. Although it seems things might start to move more rapidly now that we've been put in a situation that I do not know the magnitude of, but Mr. Sun and Red and Candace seem to be well aware of. It's an option to consider, but I think rather
So-
than running away, we should try to deal with the problem.
So, if I had to make a guess about what's going on right now, there is a current corporate grab where a bunch of people are using whatever means necessary to get the attention of the guild. This could involve sabotaging other organizations, which would need the financial or the authority to do all sorts of things that the guild can give you access to do. So we might be running into a situation of a power grab, which might mean making allies, which is something that Candace would need to look into. If there are any other organizations that helped start off the ground or anything like that, then that might be something worth checking into.
University Council.
Dare I ask what a power grab entails?
Kind of like war, but a lot more private.
Well,
You could look into the Council of Mages that runs Lacrimosa University. Those are some allies that we can create.
Oh, and Candace, if you do this, make sure you bring at least 2 people from this team.
yes. Well, tonight I was supposed to be having this dinner party with a bunch of other agency members and was going to try to get some information, But I am a bit worried now that, as I'm sure you all can guess, a Celestine representative is going to be there by the name of John Green.
Oh,
So,
Pam?
yes.
He's harmless. I don't even think he knows what goes on in Celestine.
Oh?
Yeah, he's the face of the company. It's his sister you need to work out or about.
He has a sister?
Yeah, well, yeah, he sure does.
I'm assuming she was who you met with?
Yup, she's the one in charge of making sure the goods can be produced through whatever means in which they're produced. He's the one who sells the goods without knowing how they're produced. But if he can talk his way into saying how they work, then that's just good business. Celestine is a public company.
Yes.
It just has private mechanisms, which the guild, I imagine, ensures stay private.
Well, as much as I am concerned about Celestine and their stuff, I am leaning towards thinking that whoever this woman was who worked with them is who we are, our current perpetrator. She's the only sort of lead that we've got.
The
For a
sister
very
of the...
specific reason I don't want to go into, I'd feel a lot more comfortable if you went to this meeting with Enlil wearing the cloak and keeping covert.
It's not a cloak of invisibility.
Isn't it?
The imp suit is. The cloak
Ah.
is not.
True.
The
Imp suit
cloak of stabby
invisibility.
stab, cornmeal.
Yeah,
My
essentially.
apologies. My apologies. The imp suit.
I
Just
have
her.
other members of the organization there. I'm going to be walking there soon with Sarah as well as Amber here shortly, and I can, well, we can assuredly fend for ourselves. Push comes to shove, Amber is one of the best hunters in the guild, so I'm not worried there. There will be others there too, plenty trained, and as far as I know, the only people who are looking for an immediate power struggle right now is Celestine, that I've now been made very clearly aware of.
You were onto this the moment I asked to join.
Yes, I'm aware, but I needed the help. Plus, you seem, from the beginning, more willing to help the people rather than your company, which is the only reason why I accepted your company's help in the first place. And I want to make that extremely clear right now, that if you are on... I hate to put sides into this, but if you are with us, then I will do everything in my power to help keep you protected. And if you are not, well,
I know where the door is.
Yeah, exactly. So, can I just get an honest answer from you right now?
He checks his phone to see if his agent has responded to meeting up. Yes, I am definitely on the side of the people, which is the side of Middle Tower at this time. But should things ever change, not that I think Middle Tower would ever go down the route Celestine had, things would change.
Okay.
I trust him. I
Excellent.
don't know how much that means, but
Quick question to the second group, since we've gotten plenty of information about the green, the groundskeeper discussed today. Did you guys figure out anything during your hunt?
From the shade?
Yes.
Other than what I've already disclosed about the gradual increase in the amount of spirits around Lacrimosa from my good friend, there was not much else. However, the shade in particular was peculiar, as Constantine herself noted that shades aren't typically capable of causing slash marks that spiral into these lacerations that explode and cause more harm. She noted that that was not something that was really a thing that shades could do. So I don't know what to do with that information, but it was something that I noted.
Alrighty.
May imply another tampered with monster.
Tampered with, mutation, could be anything at this point.
I think perhaps the spirits are not necessarily related to whatever organization is creating and tampering with monsters. I fear that these spirits might be related to a different thing entirely. And my current guess is that it might have something to do with the disappearance of the Daughter of Water.
Didn't you say that it was recently that they started acting up?
No, I said it was gradual over time.
Okay.
So it would not line up with the increase in monsters that we have seen as of late. This predates even that.
Well, looking into, I guess, a sort of build up in mana in the air? Be the best way to put it?
Yes.
It could be something to look into. Seems like we have a few problems sort of working in tandem on our hands, and we're going to have to solve them in the best way possible.
Unfortunately. And I feel that taking a field trip to a different city might not be in our best interest currently.
Yeah, we can perhaps save that for a moment. At least figure out what's going on after this month, and then we can try to make some sort of move from there. Candace checks the clock and or taps her foot a little bit. Amber should be showing up any minute now, and we should be heading out. So, is there any other things that anybody wants to say before we break for the rest of the day?
I feel that that is all the information that I have to share. What the investigation team decides to pursue, I shall leave up to their discretion.
Okay.
Good luck.
Same to you, Mr. Sun. Everybody on that note, watch your backs. We don't know what's going to be happening.
That's one thing that I'm good at.
I'm gonna go talk to M.
Okay. Real quick, Mr. Sun. You said you were introduced to your assassin,
Yup.
so to speak.
Yeah.
Have a brief description of them so we know what to look out for.
Orangish hair, about center back, believe she had gold eyes, right? Similar to mine.
Yes.
In her 30s, roughly my age. Kind of pretty. In a can kill you kind of way. Maybe that's something I'd appreciate for the rest of you. But kind of sinister in the way that she smiles and acts polite. And of course, she goes by Miss Sun. So
Intriguing.
No
Okay.
relation.
you can consider my sister.
A shit to die for.
Wait, hang on. Did you just say your sister?
In a sense.
That's something to unpack later.
Feel free.
Sure, it's part of the naming convention or whatnot that they have going on.
Exactly.
Anywho, you all know what to look out for. Especially for people who are hunting with Mr. Sun. Keep an eye out. I don't want anything going awry when there's a monster on the loose.
Okay, if anything goes awry, it's probably my fault anyway.
Okay.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not. Amber sort of cracks open. You hear the door crack open a little bit, and Amber peeks her head in. And is like, "Oh, everyone is here. Is this a bad time?"
We're wrapping up.
We
Okay.
were just
That's fair.
finishing.
All right. Cool. I am going to wait out here then. Candace, Sarah, when you're ready, we can get going. Yeah. Cool. Nice to see you all. I don't often get to see well, I don't think I've ever gotten to see all of Middle Tower sitting in one place before. So yeah. I'm Amber. One of the top members of the guild, all that. I'm sure my name precedes me. I'll just sit out here. And the door.
Wait, Amber?
Yeah?
Thank you for bringing Red and I back here.
Oh yeah, no problem at all. And Hunter's gotta look out for each other, cause who else is going to?
Wallace kind of rolls his eyes at that, given the topic of today's conversation.
Yeah, it's a little ironic.
Yeah.
A little.
Anywho's it's yeah, okay. And she just sort of awkwardly lets the door close, sort of feeling a little bit of tension in the air, and alright. Candace adjusts her pendant and stands up and brushes herself off a little bit. Well, okay. We'll be heading out. Stay safe, everyone, and let's hope work isn't busy this month.
We'll see.
And she walks out.
It should be fine.
Perfect. Now that the boss is gone, Kira is
What the
particularly good at
Execute
lying.
Order 66.
Huh? What?
Who here is
Wait, what?
particularly good at determining if somebody is lying?
That would be me.
Wallace.
That would be Wallace.
All right, Wallace, James, and Z. I could actually use your help. If the three of you can meet me in Ellie's lab,
Okay.
you're going to be meeting with an associate of mine, and he's going to pull out his gun, make sure there's ammo in it, and we'll see where it goes from there.
Wallace kind of raises his eyebrow at this. And Do I need to be armed for this
Should I
meeting?
grab my bag? Like,
Yeah, you
I
should be readied.
okay.
should I
Okay.
come along?
Um,
Oh no.
This better be interesting.
I will say at this point you have gotten a message on your pager. What exactly did you message them?
Can you meet me in the, well, I mean, where they would be stationed to work?
Oh yeah. Okay. They answered back. Sure.
Okay, perfect.
I'm gonna
Ah.
go talk to M.
at some point later, I would also like a word with Wallace, and then another word with Ash.
Ah!
Ash,
I
I
was.
feel
Ash.
Wall.
Huh? Yeah.
What?
I understand why he did it. I mean, they.
I know why they did it, but there's some things I need to talk to M about.
Wallace just kind of sighs and sarcastically says, "I feel so popular today."
We all
And-
love you, Wallace. Don't worry about it.
I tolerate all of you as well.
Yo, I gotta
Oh, that's
prepare.
the best compliment I've ever heard.
Yo, I
am
gotta
The only one
prepare
to be
for next.
getting.
Just needs a little
gotta-
bit more tact to his madness.
I gotta
Okay.
prepare next month's big drama thing to have people yell
Damn
at.
it. Every single
Drama
month.
of the
Every
month.
month.
This is
Last month, Ash had to get in between me and someone else because I kept saying shit. This month it happened again, but bigger.
This blew up in a way that I wasn't expecting.
I was also not expecting this.
Very
I was.
cool.
But yeah, Red, I definitely want to talk to you, but I also, Mr. Sun, I need to talk to you about something at some point.
Sure. Let me just wrap up this loose end and we
Mhm.
can chat.
Oh.
Okay.
Is this something we
Is there
need to
gonna be
leave
murder?
call? Is this
Just
something we need to
remember.
leave call for?
By the way, if you need help destroying evidence, you'll know where to find me. Anyway.
Anywho, let's, I guess, jump into that first. That seems to be the most pressing matter at hand.
I feel like I'm about to see a man's life snuffed out by Mr. Sun.
Or Mr. Sun's life snuffed out by
Well,
his
there's
tech guy?
God.
it is 4 versus 1. I feel like his chances are
Sure.
slim.
Also, I have a feeling that Ash is gonna be hiding a body later. Let's just say that.
We are on our way to visit Miss Antares, who is working in Ellie's lab. In this tech that was created, the eye, that allows you to get video footage and stuff, seems pretty similar to the device that we discovered. Just audio as opposed to video.
Hmm.
So I'm heading up there with the squad and the remnants of the device to meet with Miss Antares.
So we should all dip.
Yeah, let me get
You
the
go.
squad TM and then we can call.
Sounds
I get
good.
a nice drink of water real quick too.
God.
Boy, we love dumpster fire dramas.
Lord, was I not expecting today's conversation to go like this.
No, not even a little. Sure didn't have to.
I had the funny little device, the recording thing. I had that planned and was ready for Sun to like say anything, and then man
Sure didn't. You didn't have to.
no.
Man.
Okay. What is her name again? Sorry. There's so many names.
Antares. Miss Antares.
Miss Antares.
Is this our cue to drop to waiting room?
Yes.
Yeah.
Miss Antares walks into Middle Tower and Did you guys want Ellie there, or
Could be the lab. If she wants to be, sure.
Yeah, Ellie is going to be there.
Okay.
Ellie is like, I don't know what you're about to do, Mr. Sun, but I I don't trust what is about to happen here. So I will, I guess, be the eyes of the Middle Tower staff, and I will let Jackie have plausible deniability.
Oh boy, adult supervision.
Feels like a few people need it on this team.
Given that we have literal children on the team, yes, I agree.
Yeah. Well,
So we enter the lab.
yeah. You enter the lab, and having been paged and said that she would show up, Miss Antares shows up a bit later after her reply.
Miss Antares, welcome.
Yes, Mr. Sun. Can I ask what's up? It's not often that you call me in when
Specifically, no, I know. No mission today. I just had a few questions. Here on the examining table, or this research table, you can see this eye device. And I know all reports get written and sent to Celestine on what's being worked on. But this allows you to do video transfer of data from what this is physically looking at to a slate. It's pretty cool technology.
Yeah, I helped with it.
Yeah, of course. And this, and he puts down the little Manatech like listening device, is something similar to that.
Sir, that's a rock.
Well, yes. Yes. But it is a magical device. Uses mana or something. Look, my guns use bullets, alright? Cut me some slack.
Maybe they should start using rocks.
Look here. Look, not you two. It was used to listen in on a private conversation. Do you recognize this device or its design at all?
I can't say that I know every rock that is in Lacrimosa, but I would have to say no, I do not recognize that. And she puts up air quotes with her fingers and device.
Is she telling the truth?
About it being a rock? Yes.
About not being familiar with it.
Not being familiar with it, no.
Miss Antares, as a member of your organization well versed in devices, surely you had to have seen at least something similar to it.
Yes, if it was doing as you are saying, assuming it probably had some sort of glow around it before you smashed it.
Did.
Okay.
It was green, if that helps jog your memory at all.
Which means somebody was using it as a anchor for clairvoyance, which, as I'm sure other people here who can do any sort of magic know, that is a sort of mana manipulation that allows you to see another time or another place. One or the other. And, well, this was being used as an anchor for that sort of magic so they could hear in another place. if
Listen, Terrace,
this is
you
what I
are
think it is.
you are a great help. You actually helped me narrow down in my head where this was transmitting to. But I do have another question for you.
Yes.
Do you like working where you work right now?
I mean, the benefits are nice. I can't really complain. It sure beats being in some office and rundown job, not doing the things that I like to do. It's not necessarily what I would personally enjoy, or well, what is the word for it?
Morality.
Not my first option. Yes, I am somewhat attuned to some of the things that our company does, but of course I am not that worried about the consequences, since most of the things that I know are things that you have told me, since while we were hired from the company, uh, we work for you.
Yes. So I want to fill you in because I like you and I think you've done great work here. I want you to realize that very soon somebody is going to talk to you and they're going to ask you questions. And it is important for you to be as truthful as possible with them, but I want you to consider where you want to be, knowing what you know, morality wise, what if there was a side for you to take. I need you to make that decision on your own. But again, just be warned that a conversation is coming soon and you should prepare yourself. And with that, I am done. Enjoy the rest of your day. And thank you, of course, for your feedback.
Of course, and I will give you a quick answer now that I will be on whatever side proves to be the safest for me and my wife, and I do not wish to get us in any sort of extra trouble, and if all else fails, I will be dipping at the drop of a dime. So,
Smart.
yes.
Pack.
Your
Just in case. You don't have to go anywhere. You're not in danger right now. Just want you to know, just in case.
Should I let any of the other members know, or
I'll meet with them privately on my own after this, quote unquote. Like we'll just hand wave that I meet with them. But
okay.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
Okay. Cool. Awesome. I will be going then. And I will let her know that she needs to pack.
But don't
cool.
go anywhere, and don't make it obvious.
Yes, of course. We'll just get a few belongings together for
Perfect.
if what I'm worrying you're insinuating is about to go down. Okay. Just know, well, I guess this is a firmer answer that I can now give you. I trust you much more than I trust Celestine, so
I handpicked
just know
you
that
for
I'm
a
with you.
reason. All right. Well, good day.
Yes, and Wallace, you would know that everything she just said there was the truth.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna question it.
Okay.
But
I just
you.
wanted to make sure, since you are here, like there will be no discrepancies, and that is the good thing about that that ability.
Once she leaves, Son's just gonna let a long sigh and go, "Oh, I didn't know she had a wife. That would have made things a lot messier." If anyway, it was transmitted directly to Celestine.
Mr. Sun.
Yep.
Would you like me to try to divine anything about whoever has possibly touched that.
I don't know how magic works. Is it possible that they could know that you were trying this?
With your, like, I'm assuming you want to do your, like, tarot reading?
Yes.
They would not know.
Oh,
with
cool.
Cast the Bones. Yeah. It is fairly innocuous, so.
It would be nice to know if it was specifically Celestine we have to worry about, or if it was another organization. So
Any
please.
idea who might have planted this device here, Mr. Sun?
Right. I believe that's a roll. Don't know why it's defaulting to sharp right now. That's weird.
Sir, that's a rock.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Well, there's still something for that.
So on a 3 to 9.
Not what I want to hear. Great. So
Or on a 7 to 9. Miss. Hold on,
Do I get experience for that, or do I not?
What's Mr.
I help out.
Yeah, you're there. You could totally help out.
put your shins.
Get a really good look at the rock.
Mr. Sun's like watching this bullshit, like you just threw bones on the table, and he's like, all right, whatever.
There's not
Bro.
literal bone. Oh
He
man.
is,
Okay. Well,
you
he
hate to
is
see it.
scowling really hard while doing this, like it's disgusting.
Well,
So I have a +1 cool hold from helping out in the med bay that I've never used.
yeah, you could totally use that right here.
That's
And because of the way
crazy.
my class works, me getting a total of 7 gives you a +2.
True.
Oh
So it's actually an
God.
8.
Let's go. Good thing you weren't on a hunt, right?
Oh my god.
We're
Cool.
burning
So
all the holds.
that is a success for both of you. So do not don't mark XP. But what is the question you would like to ask? You hold 1.
Who has touched this thing before me? Just going off the question.
You see a woman with straight orange hair that goes down to her back, as well as bright, sort of golden eyes. And you also see a how did you describe
Perfectly even bangs, black hair, quite long, in a ponytail, fitted black suit like Mr. Sun's, kind of cold looking, almost fake.
those are the 2 people that you see who have touched this stone. And then,
Oh.
of course, you also see Mr. Sun. But
I'm probably going to be moving into Middle Tower.
So I relay all this to Mr. Sun.
Oh, so Miss Sun and Miss Green, the president of the bad stuff. Very cool.
They were
I feel
in
useful
Middle
once
Tower?
again.
Dramatic pose. Not my life that's in danger.
So they were in Middle Tower at some point?
I'm imagining Miss Sun was, and she is an agent like me, but she has a different set of skills. She is more like an assassin.
Oh, great.
So I'm not surprised if we wouldn't notice her coming or going.
I want to also point out that the technically she wouldn't need to have gone inside of Middle Tower, as it was on the like outside door frame. You peeked out the door and you saw the pebble.
Oh, I thought this was. I thought this was like in a like conference room within Middle Tower. Were we just like in the lobby?
Yeah, this is you guys. Most of the meetings happen in the Middle Tower lobby.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
The smaller conference rooms are like only fit for holding like up to 4 people or something like
Okay.
that. They're more for I guess interrogation or talking with one person in a closed safe space, essentially.
okay.
Well, thank you 3 for coming with me, and I'm glad nothing unfortunate had to happen.
I am as well.
Ellie, I'm sorry if I frightened you in any way. I'm gonna go to the liquor store down the street. And Mr. Sun walks out.
Before he does, Ali says, yeah, of course, I was mostly just worried about the gun in my workshop because I don't know what would happen if you fired that in here.
Oh, this one just shoots bullets.
No, I think she means her gun.
No, I don't know what's in the air. I don't know what a spark from a
Oh god.
a spark from a gunshot would do in here, so I was simply worried.
Oh, I didn't consider that.
Yeah.
Oh, you'd have stopped me. It would have been fine.
Yeah, I would have. Anywho, grab me something while you're out there, and I believed you wanted to see me for something other than interrogating one of your agents.
Oh yeah, we can talk explosions over whiskey. I'll be right back.
And with that, we can jump to somebody else's thing. We can go straight to the Mr. Sun and Ellie. We can I know, do we want to just get all the Mr. Sun stuff out of the way ASAP? Do that and then do the one with you and Ash?
I guess.
Just rapid fire those 3. Or,
Sure.
When you guys pop down there, ask if there's anybody who has any like time constraints right now, because
Sure, I'll go ask.
yeah, I want to get those out of the way first.
Yeah,
those are the most important.
And I could always go refill up on water and grab
Yeah.
a snack. I was worried I wasn't going to have a lot to say during this because I didn't go on hunts, so I didn't have a lot to like offer. But then like a fucking bomb went off, and that was no longer the case.
No,
I have a question.
I have an answer. Maybe, hopefully.
I hope you do. If Wallace wanted to go look for steel, how would that sort of work?
As like a downtime activity?
I guess, because I do also want to talk to Jackie, but like, would I have to use that as my downtime activity then?
I mean, you were also in the med bay, weren't you?
Would like
I mean, I could
unstable?
say, depending on what you're trying to ask, sort of along the same lines that I told Dragon earlier. It depends on what you're asking, Jackie. Like, how
well, I mean,
important is this?
the thing would, I was gonna ask Jackie a couple questions related to, like, I guess related to him and sort of related to Red's condition that I'm looking into, but that was the purpose of that RP, just sort of pick Jackie's brain. I wasn't unstable in the med bay. I was fine after the hunt. It was just the thing is, I was gonna go ask him some questions. I was curious about how I could go about like looking for steel, if that would be like a separate RP thing.
Okay. I would say let's we can make since it definitely makes sense for Wallace to be using his downtime to be like searching for steel. We'll have that be your downtime activity. Sort of a special one. And we can just run you picking Jackie's brain as just sort of a side RP thing.
Okay, so what should I put down for downtime activity? Just looking for steel?
Yeah.
Okay.
I popped down there. None of them have any time constraints for any of their RP things. So,
Alrighty.
Killer, then we can run whoever the hell. I do not know if anybody has anything pressing. We can run you picking Jackie's brain real quick. If you want to do that. If you want to just run that, Wallace.
Oh, I could run that right now.
Cool.
I'll pop
Awesome.
down.
Perfect.
See you guys later.
Let me pull up my notes real quick.
Perfect. That gives me a quick second. I'm gonna actually take a quick piss, so I will.
Okay.
I will be right back, and then we will run this. Okay, I am back.
Welcome back.
Oh, that was the wrong screen. I accidentally went to gaming instead of Lost Alive. Okay. So you wanted to meet with Ellie? No, Jackie. Sorry, it's been literally like 2 minutes and I already forgot.
This is okay. I usually forget things fairly quickly as well.
So, do you imagine this is sort of after the day's meeting? Or sometime after? Or before?
Yeah, I imagine this is sometime between Mr. Sun's little confrontation and it's after that, I imagine. So I guess sometime in the evening-ish.
Okay.
When things have settled a little bit, Jackie's probably just working on something or at his desk.
You head up and poke your head into the medical room, and Jackie is prodding away at something on his desk. You can't really tell what, but he is pouring something into a vial.
Uh, I sort of knock on the door as I peek in and
Oh,
wait for a response.
yes. Wallace, hello.
Hello, Jackie. I was wondering if you had some time for me to pick your brain about some things.
Yeah, I have pretty much nothing but time at this very moment. I'm assuming everything went well, downstairs.
A little less than stellar, but uh, it was a fruitful conversation one way or another. We certainly learned a lot, but I am a little fearful for the future.
Oh, that's concerning.
As it should be, but it's better to be honest than sugarcoat things, so
True
keep an eye
enough.
out.
Alrighty.
Well, uh, anyways, I was just curious about a couple things. Well, for one, how long have you worked as in the medical field, whether as a doctor or any sort of researcher of any kind?
Well, I graduated, um, 2 years senior of Candace and Sarah, so I would say around 4 years in the medical field currently, since I was working while I was going to Lacrimosa University as well, along with some nursing work before that. But why? What seems to be the issue?
Well, I was just curious if you've ever worked on monsters before, dissected them, or researched them while you were at your time in Lacrimosa University, or just sort of on your own.
From time to time, there are some properties within certain monsters that can be helpful. Well, for example, the steel-tongued salamander, the sort of acid it uses to melt something once it has its tongue in it, can be used as a cauterizing agent for some wounds. So there are some aspects of monsters that can be used in the medical field, but it isn't nearly as helpful to us as it is for, say, Ellie.
Yeah, I can imagine. Then, would you say you're familiar with the biology of monsters and sort of how they might operate?
Depends on the monster, since every
Hmm.
one has sort of it's completely different. It's
Yeah.
strange how they are created, how they've sort of evolved, but I would say I'm familiar with some more than others. Why?
I was just wondering if you've ever encountered any peculiar situations, whether it be a monster or not, of any monster rapidly evolving in a way that it attains sentience through its feeding.
Well, I would say there would be a few monsters that could do that. Um, Scarlet foxes would be one of them. Most prevalent. There have been a few cases where, after feasting on one too many hunters or people, they begin to gain sentience as they feed off of not only flesh, but also sort of the, I guess the best way to put it would be like the essence of the soul, like memories and emotions and that sort of thing. They sort of feed on that.
Right. And do you think it would ever be possible for them to lose those instincts or need to feed if if such a thing was possible?
Due to their biology, from what I'm aware of, no real way as of now to really know a way to cure them of it fully, but I'm sure just as somebody can train themselves to live off of eating very little, as has been written down that people used to do, sort of, what is the word? God, what is it called? Like, monks would do it. They purposefully...
Fasting?
Fasting, there we go. Know to fast for days, so I'm sure that one could train themselves to, or one of those monsters, if they gained sentience of some sort, could train themselves to feast less. But that is, of course, theoretical.
Right. Yes. That's just a hypothetical I came across during my research, and I was curious if such a thing as a monster becoming human would ever be possible.
Yes, very few, not everything could, but at least not instantly. Even Scarlet Foxes takes a very, very long time for them to be able to reach this sort of sentience, and they get there by sort of losing who they were originally by feasting on the memories of people. So, for example, if they instead chose to feast on, I don't know, birds, they would eventually start to think they were birds. They have very, very long lifespans, so this happens over the course of God knows how many years.
Of course. Well, I suppose that's all I really had for you. I need to do some of my own research now, but thank you for indulging me.
Yes, of course, anytime.
And Wallace is going to sort of get up and walk out of the room. Was the door closed before? Because if it was, I'll just close it behind
Yeah,
me.
it was closed before.
Okay.
Cool. Very good. Go snag some people.
Do you want early for his Ellie thing?
If nobody immediately speaks up, then sure, we can snag Ellie. I'm trying to remember. There's little Willie we need to, and then Mr. Sun are the two pressing ones. Then I know Ash mentioned that she wanted to do one with Mr. Sun, and I can't remember if there were any other ones. So,
I know Red said she wanted to do something with Wallace, but I don't know if we'll have time to fit everything tonight.
I got nothing but time tonight. I'm chilling. I'm willing to do as many. Okay. I'm willing to make up for not having as much time to RP the last time, since I had to cut RP short. So, as long as people are willing to, I am open to DM it. So.
Okay, I will go ask them.
Cool. And now it's just me and you. get another drink. God. Shit has gone so completely off the wall today, and I am going to have to do some extra work to really make up for it. This does lead us up to a very, very nice sort of mid-season climax, though, which is nice to see.
Hello.
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 Whoa. I have so many one-on-one shit with Ash to do, so I'm not gonna be able to do it all, but might as well do the Ash banging on M's door.
Yeah, this one is important. And as I just got done telling Wallace, like, I have nothing but time tonight, so I am willing to make up for not being able to do as much RP last RP session because I cut things short for important story purposes. So
Cool. Fair enough.
So yeah,
So
I'm
many
assuming
people
this
hate me.
is right after everybody sort of went their ways.
Yeah. It was
Yeah,
while they were
roughly around when Amber-
interrogating whatever the heck happened in the lab. Ash went upstairs.
Yeah, like roughly like when Amber left with them.
Yeah.
It's like that's probably
Okay. Cool. I'm just gonna sit back for this one, and y'all do their thing, and of course I will speak in if I am needed. So.
yeah.
Knock knock. M.
Oh, hey Ash, and I just what's up? Come in.
Ash will go in, close the door.
You just see M just kind of sitting against, like leaning against their bed, just surrounded by books, still just kind of flipping through one of the ones they have.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
What do you mean? It was important. Candace
M.
said that she was meeting with heads of like the guild and organization. So I thought it was worth her knowing that some organizations may be out to get her.
Considering she was almost kidnapped at a festival and somebody knew about it, I'm pretty sure she had a good idea.
Well, then why would she go to one if she knew she was in danger?
Because she's a diplomat. That's her job.
She's not a diplomat. She's a college grad who owns an organization now.
And those heads of organizations have to meet with other people. That is besides the point. It The problem isn't that you were trying to inform Candace. It's the fact that you just kept digging in.
Because if we need to know who we're working with.
I know we need to know who we're working with.
And not just that. If I obviously you know me. I get worried about
I know.
I felt that, knowing that, hey, there's a testing site literally about 5 minutes from Middle Tower. A 5-minute walk from here, there's a testing site for an organization that Sun does not want to talk about. This is important for us to know because we are working with him. We have seen someone that we are supposed to trust just work with an organization that almost got the head of Middle Tower killed. We need to know. Everyone needed to know what we're up against.
I get it. And I agree. But there is a time and a place for this.
Well, how was I supposed to know it wasn't? It's a time and place where the last hunt was a Celestine worker. That's who died. It was important to bring up a bit more about Celestine because maybe these specters are the product of something Celestine has been doing, and it backfired.
Well,
he wasn't killed at work.
From what we know, This spirit thing has been happening over the course of years.
Trust me, I know. Steele
But-
talked about it.
But and the thing is, after we found out that there was a listening device, you kept going. And that
Because at that point, the sun said it didn't matter at that point.
No,
So I figured
because it does. Because you just put a target on your back. That's what I'm concerned about. You just put yourself on a hit list.
I can handle myself.
I know you can handle
I
yourself.
survived for 16 years before meeting you. Maybe longer. I lost track of the time.
Yes.
I didn't need you to protect me. But then I made do. I survived as long as I did.
This This has nothing to do with the capability of you being able to protect yourself. If you have a giant target on your back of an organization that has assassins,
And I'll handle it. I'm not going to bring other people down with me.
but what if you can't handle it?
Then it's my own responsibility. I have a plan in case I need it.
You were my best friend. Do you know what would happen if you were to get hurt?
I assume you would take down whatever hurt me.
I would be devastated.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be even worse if what hurt you killed you. You don't understand the extent of what would happen if something were to happen to you. Okay? You don't know how much I would destroy.
Ash, you know I do not voice my feelings often because my abilities are tied to my emotions. But I will phrase it in this way. If something were to happen to you, I'm not even sure what would happen. Because when my emotions take over, I'm no longer the one in charge. So trust me, I believe that if something happened to me, that you would let all hell break loose, regardless of if that's intentional or not. But again, I state that if something is going to happen to me, I have ways of possibly making it resolve itself. I have a sort of resource I can go into to manipulate my likelihood. As you've seen me do before with my magic, I can alter the past, the present, and the future slightly, make more favorable or unfavorable conditions. I can assure you that anything I, you know me, I'm very calculated with what I do. If I set myself into a position that I need to be worried about, I almost assuredly have thought through how to get out of it. I appreciate that you have this care for me, but I can also assure you that I can handle myself and I know what I'm doing. I may not be this fancy university student, but I know I have a good head on my shoulders. I know what to do. I've survived for as long as I
Do you think this has something to do with the... This has nothing to do with the university or you being a student or not. And it has nothing to do with what I think of your abilities. It's the fact that I can't lose this. I can't lose you. I don't have anything else. Okay, I'm a Lacrimosa University student. Okay, yes. But that's for a reason. That's for a reason because I had no other choice. Okay? You are my best friend, and you are the only thing that I have.
I would hope that you understand that as someone that you care, like as if I am that someone you care about that much, you can understand that I would never try to do something to make you be in a bad position. While
I
I
don't care
understand that
if I'm in a bad position.
no, I'm saying that I would never want to put you like make you think that I'm like something bad will happen to me. I any situation I put myself into, I know I can handle because I don't want to put you into a bad position either. I have focused on magic for long enough to know this that while my emotions are tied to my magic, so are yours.
I know.
So I'm aware that if something devastating were to happen to me, or let's say you start caring about some of the other people close to as much as you care about our friendship, as you call it, I expect that your magic will go haywire or extreme. I have thought this through that I am prepared for these things, but also it's
Um, um, you just, I don't want to go through that. I don't, you say it like if something were to happen to you that's what you would count on. And it's happened before. I don't want to go through that again. I've hurt enough people with my magic. I want to keep people safe, okay?
okay.
And
I'm just trying to assure you, you don't need to put the stress on yourself of keeping me safe. I can handle myself. I understand where your worry is coming from. Trust me, but like if you know that like what you like the care you have is going to risk that you hurt more people because of the actions I make, I don't want that to be put on you. You don't need to be responsible for what I do. And like it's understandable that you want to like make sure I'm okay, but like I don't know how to phrase this. I'm normally better with my words.
and the thing that's making it harder is now that everyone in Middle Tower is in danger.
But
And
we already were though.
but we're even
Can-
more now that we
Candace was
know.
attacked. There's no yeah, we know that's the thing. What I did revealed that we now are aware that people like a certain group like we know that Celestine is out to get us.
Yes,
We didn't have
but
confirmation of that
Celestine
before.
but now Celestine knows that we know.
They already knew. My little device thing that I did to see into Celestine, it wasn't invisible. It could have been seen, and that happened months ago. It happened before the festival. They've known for this entire last month that we know about what they're doing.
I wanna cut in here for a second, and
Mhm.
since M sort of might know a little bit, or would probably know a little bit about this, they wouldn't necessarily know that you were that it was anyone from Middle Tower that would be responsible for the looking.
Well, it's M's statement there is more of well first of all I know that my eye is visible because I know it was seen by the groundskeeper, so I know that part, and then it's
Mm-hmm.
also the thing of Sun is working for us, so be like I've been very interrogative of Sun
Mm-hmm.
in front of him last month. I don't know if the listener is there. M's assumption is that middle tower, like all Celestine knows about everything Middle Tower has been doing and has a vague idea of what we each can do. So if they saw a floating eye, like a floating purple eye, M's assumption is that they could connect it to something Middle Tower is doing. That could
Okay.
yeah, that is M's assumption on like again, M is very paranoid about everything and is going through every string possible of what the worst case scenario is.
Mm-mm. Okay. Cool. Cool. Cool.
Yeah,
I just wanna make sure that there wasn't some sort of discrepancy. Carry on.
yeah, yeah. It's like Ash. I can assure you, like Celestine has been aware of what we are of us distrusting them, or at least me distrusting them for the past month or so. Like I've had a target before any of you knew I had a target on me. But now I'm informing you of it. I'm informing you all of it. Because again, I knew I could handle it. I and I gesture to kind of like the various piles of books in my room that have been added recently. I got these books from like the guild and from like the university and all these places so that I could find ways to better enhance what I can already do because I don't want to rely on where my magic comes from, whatever that might be. I want to be able to find new ways to do things. I found a way in one of these books on how to look into Celestine, having never been there or known anyone from there besides Sun. I I'm trying to like I took that risk of trying a new magic out because I am determined to figure these things out. The point of all of this is just for me to say that while I know that all of you guys, like in theory, all of Middle Tower is there to protect each other and stuff, like we don't know what everyone is up against. We don't know where everyone comes from. We don't know what people are doing when we're not around. If I never would have brought up Celestine, I could have died and none of you would have known that Celestine was responsible. But now I've informed you that Celestine is something we need to worry about. Everything I do is calculated.
And I'm just, I'm really scared.
I feel that. Like, trust me, it's not that I'm not afraid of what the things I'll discover have been. I've been researching the supernatural since I could read, essentially. I understand being scared of what's out there, but it's
I'm not,
risks I'm willing to take, and
I'm not
I
scared of what's out there. I know what's out there. I just, I don't, I'm scared of what it'll do.
it's the business we're in, though. We signed up to fix the problems in Lacrimosa and possibly the rest of Crone. We we were going to be up against things that we were either not prepared for or things that will scare us. It's something we have to be prepared to do. And as at least for me, I've been dealing with that my whole life, being afraid of what's out there or what is causing issues in Lacrimosa. I I have dealt with what my magic source for my entire life. I understand the fear of what could happen.
I just, I don't.
Trust me, Ash, it's not easy me seeing you in the med bay every week, knowing that there are these monsters out there that are doing these things to you. It's not easy seeing that, but the unfortunate truth is that I have to separate my feelings about everything from my powers, because if I delve into my feelings, my powers will get exploited. My powers will go haywire. I have to stay as calm as I can about things and think through as much as I can. While that fear is there, I can't let it apply, and I don't think you should either. Not repress it, but understand how to overcome it in the easiest way possible. And for me, saying this to you, any worry you have about what I have in me, I won't think you care about me any less if you lessen how, like, the fear you have or what might happen to me for the things I do. It might hurt for you to hear me say that, but it's the only thing I can think to say right now.
And Ash is going to kneel down in front of you. Just promise me something, okay?
What's up?
Just promise me no matter what, you'll come back alive from anything.
I can.
Promise you'll try your best to.
I'll try my best. I've thought through enough what I've gotten myself into that I hope I've thought every way out of it.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go.
All right.
I am.
Fine.
And scene.
Yeah. Oh.
Cool.
Yeah.
Let's do probably snag Mr. Sun. We can do Mr. Sun and Ash.
Yeah, I know Early wants to do the NPC interaction right before the interaction with Ash and Sun.
Okay. Cool.
So
Then grab
let's go
Mr.
grab
Sun.
Early.
Gosh.
Hello.
Hello again, Mr. Sun. Hopefully this is on better terms. So you wanted your time with Ellie.
He'd been canvassing for Lacrimosa, you know, putting the good word of the tower out for the past 2 months, and he feels it is an appropriate time for some take now that he is given.
Understandable.
So he shows up, with a brown paper bag and like a pre-bought stack of like red Solo cups.
Mm-hmm. Ellie looks up from whatever she is tinkering on at that exact moment and clears off, like, just sort of swipes her arms across the table and just pushes off a bunch of junk and is like, set her down. Let's have a chat.
Perfect. So, taking a moment to just about halfway fill their cups, you know, properly drunk if they were to drink it all,
Mm-hmm.
of just like a clear or an amberish whiskey. So, I know I put in a request earlier last month for um, some new types of explosions. I've been getting complaints that I do a little too much damage to myself. So, I submitted a couple ideas, and I was wondering how you thought about them or how you felt. I'm not exactly a magician like some others, and Manatech is, albeit over my head, but I figure maybe you could have some ideas based off of mine, or maybe see to those coming into existence somehow.
Well, it's good news for you. And Ellie sort of pokes at the trying to remember. Were you? No, you weren't on the hunt with the shark bud. You were on the one with the winter martin that week or that month.
Correct.
She is poking around at the heart of the shark bud, which is a sort of orange sphere, and she is sort of pushing it and rolling it around the table a little bit.
Sure.
And this thing is sizable too. It's like the size of a bowling ball, like. And she's like, "Well, lucky for you, with a little bit of information from the groundskeeper and this shark bud here, we may be able to make some of these work." I also was taking a look at one of the grenades that you gave me before and was sort of looking into how it works. And I was pretty much correct in my hypothesis. And I think I can recreate some interesting effects.
Perfect. I can. I mean, I'll be moving into Lacrimosa, so I will bring my arms here for you to properly engage with.
Alrighty. Perfect. Let's talk what you were really looking for here, because I can probably reasonably do a lot of these options. With some catches.
I imagine mana crystals would need farmed.
Well, there's sort of two ways we can do this. I can create some new ones from scratch by tearing apart a lot of your old ones, and since you're not really going to have that much of a supply, you would have to sort of ration out your grenades per hunt. You wouldn't have sort of a infinite supply like you sort of have now. So there's that. But with that, we could give you a variation, a variety of these different grenades for you to choose at will. The other option is to rewire your grenades to sort of explain how the I guess enchantments on them work. Did you ever tell Ellie of your kill switch? Did you ever inform her of that?
Yeah.
Okay.
She and the rest of Middle Tower would know, just not the team. Only Red knows of that.
Yeah, only a few people, because you've told a few other people too.
Oh yeah, people on hunts when it was relevant. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so here's what we can do. This is sort of how this works. Let me give you the quick and simple of it. And she takes a swig of her drink and puts the cup down. All of the stuff, all of the manatech nonsense, the stuff that makes the explosion, is written on the same network. So all of the grenades, so to speak, are they have the same, they all communicate with each other. And by that, they all communicate with whatever thing you have in you that is in you or on you that is the kill switch. So, I never knew, is the kill switch like is it an implant? Or is it like something you would wear?
Oh, it's just the raw explosive components sewn into, like, or not sewn into, but they're put in pouches on the inside of my vest. He like undoes his button up and opens it, and on the inside there's like, on each side of his chest there's essentially 2 grenades.
Yeah, I just meant the trigger. What is the trigger? Because you said before it's like when you die it explodes. So is that part of it, the brain of it, is that like an implant?
Yeah, he shows his watch. It's connected to my pulse.
Oh, intriguing. Is there a way that you can deactivate that so I can take a look at that?
Oh yeah, he like enters in a little code and he takes it off, and it's like a tightened band that closely monitors his pulse.
Okay. Awesome. So, this right here, as I have determined from taking a peek at a few of your other grenades, this is what tells the grenades what to do when they explode, essentially.
Pretty much.
Not just when to explode due to your heart rate, but also it is what makes them do that burst of just concentrated mana. Essentially, the grenades are nothing more than a soda can with some expendable mana within them. That mana can be used to do anything. And she sort of puts out her hand, and you see like a little bit of water get pulled out of the air, and it makes a little bit like water bubble in her hand. Like anything. But if we mess with the direct coding of it this way, then you will be without your weapon of choice for a little bit of time, which is unfortunate, but perhaps manageable. And all of your grenades would have this effect. It would have whatever effect that you want. So you have those are your 2 choices. And pretty much, to explain this in mechanics terms, if we do you having multiple grenades, then I am going to limit how many grenades of each you have, so you have a limited amount per hunt, rather than essentially, like I said, having like unlimited per hunt right now. The other way is all of your grenades are changed to whatever variation, and you keep that sort of infinite amount, quote unquote.
In similar layman's terms, I Ben 10 my explosions, but I have to spend I'd have to spend a round to finagle the Ben 10 wristwatch.
Not necessarily. That would be more like the limited one. The other one is you have to like give over your weapon. Like this is something how the I'm sure you read it on the form, or on the document, but how adjusting your weapon works is you give it to Candace, or you give it to Ellie, and then she would make the modifications and then give it back. Right. So this would be you giving Candace the kill switch to mess with it, and essentially your grenade launcher too. And then all of your grenades are changed to the thing. And this isn't something that you can like do freely.
Okay.
Yet TM. I will say, if you take this option, like the switching all of them option, it may open up the ability to do that. Think of this sort of as, I guess, a skill tree, and you get to pick either one or the other. The consumable grenades one makes it so you're going to be able to get a lot more variety in the long run, while the other one is less variety, but you're not going to be limited in how many grenades you have.
In that case, I would like to start with the skill tree of being able to like spend a round to change them if need be.
Okay, cool. So we will go with that then, and then when and if TM, I'm not going to spoil anything, but if we fight something that could help with this, for getting a more permanent change for you to be able to, as you put it, Ben 10 your way in between different kinds, then I will let you know, and that will cost supply in like the long run and stuff, but we will cross that bridge when we get there. I have plans for essentially choosable weapon upgrades that people can get, and that can be where we sort of make that change for you. So
for now, if we are to choose one type, I would choose the non-lethal option, the foam grenade.
Cool. So you want to change all of your grenades to foam grenade then, for now? For now. Okay. I will say that this means that for this month 4, you will not have access to your grenade launcher. You're chill with that? Cool.
Oh, would this have been for last month? Because this was last month's downtime activity.
Yes, it would have, huh? This was last month's downtime activity, and we just never got to it because we didn't end up having your hunt. Cool. So I will actually say then that you sort of got off scot-free in that sense, in that you won't have to wait the month without. And that this change was something that Ellie was able to do relatively quickly for this instance. It may not always be like that, but we can talk a little bit more, because I want to adjust some of the specifics on the foam grenade. But for those of you listening, essentially what we are looking for is what Early sent to me to begin with is the tags are far area foam immobilize and non-flammable specifically. And then the negatives are reload, messy, and loud. This doesn't deal harm unless like circumstances allow it, quote unquote. And the idea is that it is I guess the closest thing that I could compare it to is like the sea foam in GTFO, like the construction foam of being able to shoot out a liquid that then immobilizes a target essentially.
I definitely thought of the foam grenades you can get, because those just like fill a room.
Yeah.
But it also, like, the nice thing is I got to get rid of 4 points of harm and just like turn it into other effects.
Yeah, turn it into literally anything else.
So I was pretty happy on that.
Yeah. Cool. I can't believe Early became Hot Ben 10.
Nice.
Cool. So yeah, that will work. We can do with that. So starting this month, you will have the foam grenades instead of normal grenades.
Can't wait to die and immobilize what's eating me.
Depending on what it is, like if you're in something and
holy shit, if I'm inside.
Yeah, that thing is going to die still. Like just like if you lit off the normal grenades in them.
I love the concept of like, yeah, it can only die from these special circumstances, or if you blow up inside of it. Like
that is a special circumstance.
It's kind of like the thing like this monster is unkillable unless you get the special sword from what if we put it in a wood chipper? Wood chipper always works. Wood chipper is never a wrong answer.
So true. Okay, can you before we run Ash and you, can you go down and grab Ash and Kinya then? And
yes,
because they want to do something and it's slightly time sensitive, so I want to make sure we get it done sooner rather than later.
Yep.
I've been summoned.
Hello. So,
open this again. Roll 20 comes up so fast.
You're gonna have to sort of describe how you're going about this. How you're sort of dragging Ash to the side, so we can sort of start from there.
I was on the fence of whether it was Z going to Ash or Ash was going to Z, because
honestly, I would not be surprised if Ash was the one to, like, in the middle of the night, just go up to Z's door and knock.
Yeah, we can say that this takes place probably like a little bit after the scene that just happened at Middle Tower.
Mm-hmm.
So
Z goes and opens the door. Says, I suppose you have questions?
Several.
Come in.
She will come in.
Z sits on the bed, pulls out the chair to this small desk, and you're gonna notice a whole lot of papers and pins and just a mess on the wall of just like, it seems like a conspiracy theorist wall. And it's all tagged around to try to find things connected with the daughters. That's just very visible on first look.
See?
Sorry about the mess.
No, it's fine. Have you seen M's room? You can barely walk in it. There are so many books.
I suppose they have a lot in common in some ways with me.
Yeah. But something's different. You,
Uh,
what happened after our hunt? I haven't seen you since then. You didn't even come to visit me in the med bay.
well, you want a short answer or a long answer?
Long is preferred, but honestly, I'm used to not getting answers. So.
I don't know if I'm ready to go all the way with answers, but to start with, maybe this is not the casual everyday opinion. I fucking hate religion.
I want to ask why, but also I can understand.
I didn't have a normal childhood. And, well, during that whole meeting earlier, all I could think of was this has to be connected. It has to be rooted back to them. It's their fault. And, I've looked at myself in the mirror and I've noticed there might not be any method to my madness.
I
Especially since what happened earlier just shows there's just so much more I should be focusing on. I've lost my focus.
I don't think you've lost your focus. It's just that you started focusing on this a lot more. We have a lot of things to deal with, but that's why I want to know about this. Because I understand the. Ash will just slowly put her hand on her right eye, which is her yellow magic eye. I don't know how much the daughters have to do with everything, but my childhood wasn't great either. And I don't know why I was made this way.
Mm.
And I'm just worried. Everybody's going down these rabbit holes of research, and everybody's paranoid and angry and frustrated and scared. And I still have to watch my back because of the university. I just want to know what's wrong.
Nothing is left of my past to follow me. At least I think. Only what religion poisons, and only what's left burned into my mind. I burned it all down, you see. My past. And yet, all of these hunts, I use magic, and I use magic, and I use magic. It's a disgusting love.
It's a burden we have to bear.
Hey,
I don't like using magic either.
what? You?
See, you've seen me hurt myself and get myself into so much trouble. Specifically blowing up the junkyard. I've told you that I don't do it because I want to. The way that my body processes mana is different than everyone else's. When I was a kid, I was really sick. I was bedridden for years. I couldn't leave my house. I couldn't talk to anybody. And I had this strange yellow eye. I don't I don't know anything about why, but my aunt raised me. I don't know my parents, so I don't know where this could have come from. The only time that I felt semi-normal was when a caravan from Lacrimosa came through, and I learned about mana and mana manipulation. From what I theorize, I think it's when I finally learned how to manipulate mana and use it, it allowed the buildup of mana in my body to release, and I became normal again. But the issue is that it only has gotten stronger. The more mana that builds up in my body, the worse it gets. And I have to expel it somehow. I have to burn everything. And I can't control it.
Ah, ironic. Losing control to not lose control.
Mhm. And it saddens me because I genuinely do love magic. If I was a normal mana user, I could excel. I could be something great. I wouldn't be on academic probation. I could have become something. But now all I am is a fuck up who constantly gets lectured on my use of mana and how it goes out of control. And I can't tell anybody that this is it being under control. So, I understand. I just,
The adults at my home would have loved you,
Hmm?
but you may not have survived. uh, I wish I could have grown up thinking magic was beautiful.
at one point it was.
But it was my source of food. I I'm
Yeah.
not ready, but I soon I will tell you. And
You don't.
but please do not. Can you? Right now, I am right in the head. Maybe it's all of the distraction that I just got earlier. But I will lose myself in a few days again. Because I've found a reason. I found a reason to hate. Hate something besides just existing.
Why do you hate it? What the fuck was that? Sorry. What? What do you have to hate? What do you? Why do? What happened?
I I can see it in my head. I can see the room that I burned. And I can see the people I used to know the faces of. I can't see their faces anymore, and I don't know their names. I know that I had warmth in my heart towards them. I burned it. I burned them. All of them. And all of the ones who caused me to be like this.
And you can't get the images of the burning flesh out of your head. The
And
smell.
yet, my home was a place of worship. Religion is poison. I will root out the source.
Z. Z.
Yes?
I know that you have a reason to hate again. Hate more than just existing. But you also have reasons to survive. And you have reasons and people who care about you. So please try not to lose yourself too much. Okay? I I feel like I'm already losing enough people around me.
Z turns toward you and is smiling. And they are crying. They say, this smile that I was wearing, they cut it into my thoughts, because if I didn't, I would have died of starvation. Everyone around me had to smile. It was our worship. This was our worship. To smile.
I'm just going to slowly stand up and walk over to Z. Gently place her hand on their head and open her arm. You don't need to worship anymore. You don't have to smile for that anymore. That's not the smile that I give you every time I run past you. And I know it's not the smile that you give whenever we talk about doing something wrong. You don't
Z
need to
is
smile.
Z is stops smiling. Has closed their eyes. Well, perhaps you'll me remember redemption later when I choose whether to be a monster. It is my mission. I can't abandon it. It is my vengeance. I can't abandon it. Sometimes I have to wear a smile, but I don't mean that is my survival to get through it. But right now, I can be honest. All right, and if you have anything else to add, I'm gonna say that's probably a curtains closed. Okay.
Yeah. I was gonna say, Ash, like, if Z will let her, will bring just a gentle hug. I know no touchy, but they seem like they need a hug.
Yeah.
Even if you turn into a monster, I'll still help you no matter what.
And with that, I guess the last thing that I know of that we really need to run today, since it looks like Derek left.
I'm sorry.
Hmm?
Lost him.
Oh, I had so many like one-on-one RPs that I feel really bad.
Don't feel bad.
What? Amy.
No. It's like the point that, how do you think fucking Mr. Sun feels?
Talking about Mr. Sun, I have a one-on-one that I have to do with him, and I have to do one with Red. God damn it.
True. Well, yeah, let's run the one with Mr. Sun for now, and then yeah, we can run that one too. Yeah.
Okay, whoa. Good luck.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Jesus.
To be like
The
that.
emotional roller coaster.
Kyrie's playing Spiral Knights? That's wild. I haven't
Yeah.
seen her on that game in God knows how long. Hello, Mr.
Hello.
Sun.
Is Ash gonna cry for a third time? Let's
Maybe.
see.
I imagine you're still in Middle Tower this night. Probably been like
I imagine this is
some Middle Tower day.
yeah. I imagine this is post Ash and M's conversation. Maybe post Drinkies with Ellie.
Yeah, it was definitely post the meeting with Ellie.
Yeah. So
Just a matter of like how long post.
I would say probably that evening-ish. So
Okay.
later evening. I'm not sure how
Okay.
long Ash would have stayed around Middle Tower. But
Well, I imagine either way, around a smart time to get food, like dinner time, Mr. Sun's gonna make his way down the tower. A little more disheveled than usual, not wearing his coat, left it probably in the or in the lobby. loosened. Oh, I guess loosened tie. It's like undone.
Mm.
Couple buttons undone, and
I'm look- I'm
he just
looking
makes his
disrespectful.
way downstairs. Stop it! I'm just remembering the role play. And I'm like, yeah, I guess he did undo his shirt, didn't
Huh.
he?
God damn it.
Upstairs, actually, because you would have been hanging out with Ellie, who was in the
Yeah,
basement.
no, that was in.
You said down the tower, and I said,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. I guess the most explosive place in the tower shouldn't be anywhere near the top.
No. Should be at least 10 feet underground.
Yeah, that makes sense. So he comes up and like, oh god, it's dark already, huh? Oh, hey Ash, I was
Hmm.
on my way to go grab a bite to eat. What are you still doing here?
I'm thinking.
Okay. Have you eaten food since the meeting this morning?
No.
All right, grab your stuff. Come with me. There's a sandwich place down the street. Hopefully, you don't have any allergies or anything, right?
No, I'm fine.
No, as in you're not gonna eat, or you're
No, I mean as in I don't have any allergies.
okay. Good, because you're gonna eat regardless. Come on.
Okay.
And they start walking, and he's gonna finish the drinking, finish his cup, and then trash it before heading outside. So you have time to talk to your friend today? M, that is. Obviously, we're all friends.
I did.
How are they doing?
I don't know anymore.
They'll come around. Today was a stressful day. You just gotta. Unfortunately, there are some days where you just have to roll with the punches, and at the end of it all, you just have to wake up, and maybe you're gonna do it again, or maybe you're gonna overcome it. But I'm sure if you keep going along with the way you're doing things, and you keep getting better at being a hunter, I'm sure you can both grow together. And I'm sure they know that you're there for them and have their back, as we so saw during the meeting.
Well, that's not how M works.
Hmm.
M doesn't fully trust anybody except themselves.
Hmm.
They do
That's
know that I have their back, but not. They don't need me.
huh. Well, what is he like? 15?
They're 21.
Oh,
They're older than
Jesus.
me.
Well, it's been a bit since I've looked at your files. All right, cut me some slack. Y'all look young. Anyway,
fair-
regardless, he's clearly going through some beginner hunter things.
They.
My apologies. They are going through some beginner hunter things, as you did as well. I've seen the bill, needless to say. We all.
Wasn't even my half of it wasn't even my fault.
No, I know, but fire and the association, therefore, of.
Z dipped before left me with the burden.
Well, yeah, that's. Look, I have a pretty general opinion about wizards, and it's not to trust them. I don't even know if that's the culturally appropriate term to call you. Wizard.
Mana manipulators, magic users, mages. It really depends.
I'm not saying magic manipulator. You guys are magicians. Either way,
Whatever suits your fancy, man. I don't.
whatever you do as a hunter, it's always messy at the beginning, and it's messy at parts in the middle and even to the end, as I'm about to find out. But it's a learning process. You're quite literally killing monsters and destroying evil, and I think that profession might help.
Oh no, it's not the monsters that are the problem.
Well, I imagine it's the attitude. The way that you view yourself and your own ability and others as well, as is M's situation with not trusting others. And of course, I coming in, I had no trust whatsoever. That was clear as day to see. Glad that's changed. But and you obviously might have been a little reckless every now and then. Not saying it was entirely your fault. Saying I've caused my fair share of property damage as well. I work with explosives.
Do you know why, though?
Why you do property damage?
Yes.
Because I mean, you blow things up with your mind?
No.
Oh, I feel like I'm about to get a metaphorical answer as opposed to the physical one of what I've seen.
Like, why do you think I have so much arson on my record?
Because you like doing it?
Wrong.
Oh,
Try again.
because you can.
Wrong again. Try again.
Well, at this point, I'm actually out of answers.
It's because I have to.
Is this like a you'll blow up if you don't blow other things up situation, or?
Yes,
Oh,
pretty much. That's why. That is why I'm a student at Lacrimosa University. Because my mana is extremely unstable, and I have a hard time controlling it because it stores up to a point that my body cannot function, and something will explode.
have you considered talking to anybody about maybe? Ooh, this is gonna sound really bad because I actually know of an instance of these actually being used, but a way of repressing your volatile states.
Fortunately, it doesn't really work. It feels wrong. It
You,
hurts.
yeah, yeah. I've seen what happens when you try to keep something restrained in that form. Um, you might be able to talk to Ellie about it. Maybe she can come up with something for you. New
Then,
suit of clothing, who knows?
no. Why do you think I have these gloves that I wear all the time?
Hmm.
Why do you think my arms are completely and utterly scarred?
Hmm. Well,
I have been trying to learn how to deal with this since I was 8 years old.
but you have been trying.
And I have been working with other people to deal with it since I was 15.
Well, just know that there's never no answer. I I refuse to believe that there isn't help for you because believing that means there are situations that are helpless for myself and for somebody else I care about.
The only thing
And
that will help me is getting better. That's why I started monster hunting.
you
Gives
mean
me practice.
skill wise, practice.
Yes.
Hmm.
It gives me practice, and it lets me expel a large amount of mana in order to control myself.
Well, tell you what, in the next couple days, I'll show you this nice rundown house somewhere outside the wall, and you can practice all you want on blowing that house up.
Is it your house?
Yeah, well, it was.
Uh, Talking about that, how is that going with your organization?
I don't know. No one's shooting at me yet, so that's positive.
Well, I mean, that's good for now.
I'm a little inebriated, so I guess I wouldn't be able to tell if anybody's watching me. He like does a double take and observes his surroundings for a second. No, I think we're good.
Read a bad situation.
Oh fuck!
No. I'm just kidding.
Read a bad situation. You both are about to get gunned down. No, yeah, we're all learning. I've been doing this for a while, so I have some practical skills, but even I'm learning new things through Middle Tower, which has been refreshing.
Ash gets this look on her face. By the way, do you want to see a cool thing that I've learned to help me?
Is it magic?
Kinda. It's fine.
Only
It's fine. Don't
because
even worry about it.
only because you want to show me it.
Grab my hand.
I want to see it a lot less now, but okay. And he
Grab
holds
my
out his hand.
Her hand is scorching hot.
Whew.
I constantly produce heat from my hands to maintain mana levels.
Interesting. And
Stein taught me that recently.
oh, interesting. A doctor does know what he's doing. He definitely put me back together from a less than ideal state last month.
Hmm?
Oh, nothing. Just your
You
friend
just-
M almost killed me.
You just got Jackie and
Oh
her
my
professor
god,
mixed
I
up.
did.
You Jackie and my professor
Man.
could be. I'm
Wrong crazy fictional
Wrong-
scientist.
wrong
How
literary.
could I mix
Yeah.
up Stein? Damn it.
Yeah. I can't believe this. You're fired.
Well, it's because Jackie, Jekyll. Never mind.
Semantics.
Both doctors.
Anyway. So, how much did you get reprimanded for the whole?
I haven't yet.
That's why you want
knows?
me to burn your house down.
Yeah, I'm not going to let them reprimand me this time. So we'll see what comes out of that.
You need to go. Are you planning on quitting that organization?
I think I'm fired, but I think fired means something a lot different than you would assume.
Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like fired in this case is going to mean literally.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you need-
Anyway,
That's
how do
kind
you
of what.
speaking of my situation, this does also mean I don't know how much Red has shared. I know you've shared a hunt together, but she is also associated with the organization in a unfortunate way. So it'll be the two of us who are
That's
quote unquote fired.
that's another thing I wanted to talk about. But one thing, the reason I wanted to talk to you is because I have an offer for you.
It's not about a sandwich.
It is not about a sandwich, no.
All right. Sorry.
Why is it always about food with you people? No, it's Middle Tower has helped me out a lot. And I wanted to make a deal or give an offer, I guess.
Okay.
I have experiences with getting out of really bad situations. Specifically when people want to either incarcerate you or kill you.
Okay.
I want to offer you and Red my protection. to the best of my ability.
I appreciate that. I hope it's not to involve anybody in Lacrimosa as much as possible, but due to the circumstances of
We're
Lacrimosa
all
reaching out in the very first place, or I'm sorry,
we we're all in this shit together.
yeah, we're
Okay.
all in Lacrimosa. We're solving this situation. Middle Tower was reached out to by Celestine, and that was the
Ugh.
start of this drama. And I wish I wouldn't get everybody involved with it, but
Too bad. As soon
either
as
way,
you joined Middle Tower, you got everybody involved.
yeah. Well, I was kind of
Should've-
told to.
Yeah.
It was my job at the time. Still is my
Which
job.
which begs the question with Red, if she has a connection, then why did she join Middle Tower too?
She's like my I see her like a kid sister. She is here to learn about how certain things should be done because she was originally in an entirely different world, one that might not be the most fair. So, my goal after I have to find a closest word I can, rehabilitating her. I was
Yeah.
given permission to have her join my team for when I traveled and did work, as opposed to any alternative, which would have been a much shorter story for her.
Putting her down like a wild animal.
More like recycling her.
Ugh. It's
So,
disgusting.
she has had the benefits of Middle Tower. Of not Middle Tower, she's had the benefits of Celestine. And unfortunately, Middle Tower does not have the ability to provide for her in that way. So,
I'm guessing this has something to do with the life essence.
oh, yes. Has she shared that much about her behavior?
How much control does she have over it?
Starting to think I need to reread your mission.
No, it's not in there. Just answer the question. Okay.
Not my question to answer.
I'd feel bad asking Red. Red already feels bad enough.
Did something happen on your hunt with her?
When we were fighting the groundskeeper, Red and I were at the front of the fight most of the time. Because I decided that instead of holding back and worrying about trying to actually keep everything in control, that it would be and watching my friends get hurt, that I would just go straight in and wail on the motherfucker. Red was trying to protect all of us, but got extremely hurt in the process. The groundskeeper seemed to realize that she wasn't human and told her to embrace her true nature. And something changed within her. Something snapped.
Was anybody hurt?
If it was anybody else, Red would have probably been absolutely destroyed this meeting.
So wait, who was it?
Red fed off of me.
So not the groundskeeper.
No,
See,
no. Because the groundskeeper wouldn't have provided the life essence that she needed. And I was closer and I was more injured.
and she hasn't brought it up with me yet.
She feels awful about it. But that's why I asked how much control she has. It's something that is an instinct to her, from what I can tell.
There is a point. She does not have the luxury of coming out with me and you for a sandwich. There's no benefit in that for her. She has to wait between meals. And anybody can get hungry and make mistakes. And with her, it's a little different. That is one of my primary goals in solving. Albeit it's for her to find on her own. It's something I hope to help her with. That is a curse I would not wish on my worst enemy.
Which is why I'm glad that it was me. If M had been the one to be consumed, not only would Red probably be dead now, we'd be a lot worse off. Or if it was Z, Red would also have been dead. I was able to replace my life essence fast enough because of my own buildup of mana.
I see.
Our curses canceled each other out. And if I was mad at Red for that, I'd be the biggest hypocrite on the planet.
I see. And was that a unpleasant experience for you? Having this extra mana drawn out?
No, not necessarily. It kind of just felt like how it usually feels whenever I expel mana. It was kind of just like, it feels weird moving mana around within yourself
And that
because
was
it's having to move. It's like, say you could feel your blood and you could control your blood to move to different parts of your body that needs it.
interesting.
It's kind of like that, but different.
Well, after we have our early/late dinner, I have no idea what time it is. I'm going to be finding her, and we're going to have a nice conversation.
Please don't be mad at her at all.
No, I won't be mad at her. I'll act like I am, but that's my job. Anyway.
She felt so bad. As soon as she came back to her senses, she was terrified.
Well,
I was pissed. Not at her, but the groundskeeper. So I completely and utterly obliterated him, and Red got the final hit. I'm very glad, by beheading him, which was awesome.
Good.
But she was really surprised that I wasn't mad at her.
Which is all the more reason for me to have that talk. Anyway, before it gets too late, let's eat up, and I'm going to have to reach out to her before she wanders off without knowing what's going on.
I have a feeling she's going to want to talk to me soon, too.
Fair enough.
I've had so much emotional trauma today.
Well, right now you're going to have a sandwich, and then we'll both seek out Red. First one to find her, I guess, wins the first conversation.
I want my trauma sandwich.
Okay. Well, we get some trauma sandwiches, and then we figure out who's talking to who first.
And with that, well, y'all can sort of decide how this cookie's gonna crumble. Which
Who
one
wants
of
to
you?
grab Red first?
Yeah.
Wait, let's ask Red.
Yeah, hold on.
What if you
Hold on.
both find her at the same time?
Yo, what if we did though?
We could. It would make
Could.
my conversation be much shorter.
Yes. Let's drag Rose in. Let's go.
Okay, go get her.
I'll go grab her.
All right.
Also, while we're here, I just wanted to say, actually out loud, hey, thank you, Equal Yang, for the follow and for rating. I appreciate it.
Hello.
Oh,
Hello.
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 It seems our one-on-ones have become a one-on-one-on-one.
Yes.
Plus
We're racing to
me.
see who finds you first.
I'm confused.
We got
We both
sandwiches.
want to have a conversation with you after
Oh.
having conversations. We like walked out of Middle Tower, went down the street, got sandwiches, had a conversation. It led
Promise
to
sandwiches.
the explanation of what happened during the last hunt, and Mr. Sun being confused that Red has not brought that up with him. And now they are both looking for Red. So where would Red be?
Ash is eating her trauma sandwich.
Mr. Sun is finished.
Probably
Sorry, I'm small.
at Mill Tower, curled on a couch somewhere.
So we both have the right idea of Middle Tower. We just kind of barge into the room that she's in, having a little napsy. Red, perfect. Just the girl I want to see. Hi, how you doing tonight?
Red.
What's with the tone?
Oh, nothing. I was just having a nice, enjoyable talk. We went and had dinner. You know, we discussed some mission briefings, some
There's
stuff
some
that
panic in my
happened.
eyes.
I got my trauma sandwich.
Speaking of eating, I heard about your most recent snack.
Ow.
Anything you want to add real quick?
No.
I don't know. I didn't think it was that big of a deal.
No, not you. You know, by all rights, if anybody found out about that, I would have to shoot you. You do know that.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean,
Well,
I'm
fortunately,
you know.
they also want to shoot me, so I don't care if she doesn't care. In fact, I heard it didn't even hurt her. So I have a quick question. Did it sustain you?
I don't think so.
I guess this is a question also for me.
Yeah.
Slightly. But not, it was merely a temporary thing.
Damn. Well, that
fair.
That fizzled all of my excitement on both of you having a budding friendship.
I mean,
of
to
mutual
be fair,
consumption and whatever Ash would get out of it, I guess.
I mean, to be fair, because of that, my body learned that whenever I get injured, it just kind of moves the mana to the place in order to heal itself. So, like, you could try. This sandwich is really good.
Yeah, so
No.
stop there before coming to the meetings every now and then. You're not off the hook, Red, but I do want you to acknowledge that I am sorry I could not be there when you asked. But I'm going to go gather my things, and then I'm going to go home and start packing, I guess, and move into Middle Tower tonight.
Yeah. On that note, also, do you want to show me where that building is?
Building?
Oh, your house. Yeah, you asked.
We'll do
You
that
asked
in a
me to
couple
burn
days.
down your house. What?
We'll do that in a couple days.
Okay. Cool.
Anyway, you two have fun. I'm off.
Okay. Bye. Ash continues eating her sandwich as she watches the sun leave. So, today's been crazy. No.
Yeah. Um, if you don't mind, I was gonna give you this early, like a little bit later after I
Huh?
took a nap. And it's like hold a coffee cup.
Oh! Grab
I
it.
saw a familiar face on you
Hmm?
earlier when you were really breathing heavily and talking about people harming Ash.
You mean M?
Right. Yes. Um, I saw a very a face close to breaking. I'm very familiar with that face. Ash,
Hmm?
what what happened at Heliosphere? Why are you so reluctant to go back?
I did something horrible. And it the destruction that I caused was indescribable. I it's a really long story, and I feel like all day I've been describing how my mana works.
A
It's
whole city block, you said.
oh, I said I could on my own destroy a city block. This wasn't a city block. This was because of the circumstances. I destroyed a large portion of Heliosphere. Significantly. But the worst thing is, I killed a lot of people. I don't know how many, but I do know the 4 that were in front of me. It's because the machinery is powered by electricity and gas and flammable materials.
Hmm.
It was didn't it
It's
if I go
okay.
back there, if I go back there, I won't be coming back to Lacrimosa.
I understand.
I've never told anyone this before. None of my professors. M doesn't know. No one knows. Except you now. I ran away from Heliosphere as soon as it happened.
Hmm.
That's why I know how to get between here and Heliosphere through the caravans.
Do the caravans, you say? I guess it was really lucky then that you didn't end up facing me along the way. If it gives you any kind of solace, Ash,
Mm.
I don't, I don't mind at all the amount of destruction that may have been caused by you. I also share my fair share of mountains of corpses. And
I
I don't
just.
know.
Why was I born this way? I feel like my existence was meant to just burn everything around me. I don't like it. I don't like the stupid eye that I have. I don't like how my mana works. I can't get I can't get the image of their bodies out of my head. I can't look at a corpse without being reminded of the amount of pain I've caused.
I have the strongest human emotions. There's a lot of pain, sadness, regrets. But the one that I noticed the most, which drives me every day, is hope, the will to survive. And I don't really know why I exist either, but all I know is I'm not going to let the amount of lives I've taken end up dead with me. I'm going to survive, and I'm going to, I don't know, but I can't let their legacy fall with me. This is all. I want you to survive too, Ash. Okay?
Why do you think I left Heliosphere?
Do you know what I've done? I know how it feels to stare at a corpse and see their greatest fear and greatest emotion, their memory. And I know what it's like to not be in control of that. Okay?
Mhm.
I know. I know what it's like. I don't blame you. I don't blame after you explained that to me. Okay? But the only thing you can do to honor their memory is to survive. Live your life. That's all I can do.
I I just want to protect people now. I don't. And with everything that's going on, the closest friends I've had are throwing themselves into a spiral of research and theories and paranoia and danger, and I can't stop them. And I'm sorry. I feel like I've had the worst emotional day. I've been I've cried 4 times today.
I'm sorry. I don't know how to help with that.
I'm supposed to be Ash, the troublemaking tiny gremlin. Why have I turned to Ash, the emotional mess of trauma? I don't.
It's okay.
It's at this point that the two of you hear the doors open to Middle Tower, and Candace and Sarah walk in and sees the state that the two of you are in, and are like, are you two okay?
Just close my eyes, put up a little smile, you're like, no,
Never have been.
and that's okay.
Well, it seems like it has been an emotional day for the two of you. Make sure you guys get some rest. It's been a lot. Red, if you need a I can't remember, were you already staying at Middle Tower?
At this point, yeah.
Now for
Now.
sure.
Now for sure.
If you need a place to stay, since shit has hit the proverbial fan, there are more rooms upstairs that you are free to take one as you wish. The keys are behind the desk there. Just feel free to snag one and take a room.
Yeah, by the way, Son's packing his stuff and moving his stuff into Middle Tower tonight.
Oh yeah, I figured.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have been hired for deconstruction.
That's probably for the best. I wonder if we can like fake his death or something.
That's what I was thinking too. I know how to do that.
Both of you, I think that's the first time it's been attempted.
Fair enough.
Sarah just looks between you and Candace, and it's just like, while that's plausible, I'm not. Well, maybe it's not such a bad idea. We'll tackle this problem when we get there, Sarah. Ash, Red, yes, help yourselves to whatever you need here. Ash, if you are going home, simply be careful.
Well,
I'm not sure what the mistakes of today have caused, but I worry that it is not just M or Mr. Sun or Red who have targets on their backs, but now all of us. So I feel like if Celestine was already trying to do things, they are now going to try to do things more. They seem like the kind of people to double down on things, not back off as soon as they're found out.
Also, I have a feeling that I have to pass by their building on the way home, which is not ideal.
Just fly across the rooftops.
That's what I do.
Yeah,
That's my specialty.
You normally take a different approach. So
I take the scenic route.
Yeah, the scenic route. The good news is tonight's dinner was fruitful, to say the least. I don't want to talk too much about it now because I am worn out, and she is actively like taking off her dress wear as she's talking, like undoing her bun. She taking off her necklace, and
Man, this is a Wendy's.
This is Wendy's.
This is my building, actually. And she takes off her heels and she picks them up in her hand. and is
Let me
like,
speak to the manager.
if you
I
will,
am the manager.
Yeah.
if you will excuse me, I am going to go pass out.
Fair enough.
And
Cool, yeah.
this might even be, like, coming from her, that might even be slightly surprising, because it is rare to not see her at the desk. Like, a lot of people don't really know when she even sleeps,
It's
because
a
she's
big
normally
day.
there by, like, she's normally awake and down at the desk by, like, 6 a.m., and then most nights not gone until, like, midnight, so...
It's been a long day. It's normal.
Please sleep.
Yes, I'm gonna get a nice rest. She starts making her way up the stairs.
Also, actually, I probably shouldn't.
She has taken like a few steps up, and then she like pokes her head back down around the corner.
Sun was drinking with somebody in Middle Tower, and I have a few concerns.
Well, judging on how me and Sarah are gone, that's either Jackie or Ellie, and Jackie's not much one for drinks, and Ellie sure is, so, probably Ellie.
Ash's eyebrows raised, and Yeah, he came down and his clothes were a bit disheveled. So,
Yeah. Yeah. Ellie sure does know how to have a good little party, especially if she's down in her workshop. So, but
Ash is trying not to die of laughter.
this is yeah, I'll be going. And she walks upstairs. You can definitely tell that she is also a slight bit inebriated.
I love messing with drunk people. It's so much fun.
And I think with that, I'm not sure if anybody else had stuff that they wanted to run, question mark? It is
Also, I have one more
almost
thing for
midnight, so-
Red.
Oh,
What?
yeah.
By the way, before I head out, Ash is like adjusting the hoodie that she's wearing because the college student garb. I told Mr. Sun this, and the the offer is to both of you. Since Celestine is probably not gonna be your biggest fan, I if you need me, I can help protect you from anybody trying to hurt you. I mean, not that you need it, but
No,
it's always nice to have backup.
it's okay. I also have that dumb little urge to protect the people I care about. To not
So-
cause another mess up.
I just want to make sure everybody here is safe.
Yeah. The thing that Mr. Sun tells me all the time, I never listen. To not make empty promises.
You
I
can
never
promise to
listen.
do you could promise to do some listen, it's never empty if you promise to try to do something. It's only empty if you promise an outcome.
God.
And I think that's a good note to sort of fade that scene. And
Cool.
I'm not sure if anybody else had anything they wanted to run. You guys can
I'll
pop
go
down.
ask.
Yeah, go pop
I
down
only
and
have
check.
like
And-
I only had like one tiny little thing with Wallace, but like it's not that huge.
Okay, I remembered Wallace saying something about wanting to on it with you, and I have.
Okay.
I'm good to run it if you guys want to do it. So
Let me ask.
it's a long day. Many an RP to be had, many a loose end to tie, so we can go into this next month nice and prepared. Hello, friends.
I am back.
Hi, welcome back. How was Spiral Nights?
Where does Wallace usually reside late in the night?
Home.
I don't know where home is,
South Ward.
but possibly since. I'm trying to think of a way that I would have come into contact with only you. Either like on the way out of Mill Tower.
Yeah,
Possibly.
as he's leaving to go home. Good work.
I just wanted to stop by with you.
What
So
did you need?
as you are leaving, I just like and like everyone else is gone, I come up behind you and like, Wallace, before you go,
What's up, Red?
I want you to know that, well, you probably already know, that the groundskeeper that we fought against was originally from a fairy tale.
Yeah, that. When I spoke to Sarah earlier in the month, she informed me, and I was just as bewildered. I still can't quite wrap my head around such a thing, but I have some ideas.
And that hunt, I hurt people. I
Oh,
tried to feed, and I lost control a little bit. I
hmm.
wanted to ask you, could you find anything on me? Maybe there's some random fairy tale out there that talks about what I am.
Ooh, that's an interesting angle I hadn't considered before. Looking into older fairy tales from before the collapse.
I don't
And
know. But maybe there's something or someone like making cruel parodies, and I don't know. But
yeah,
I'm scared.
I can imagine, as you wouldn't want to hurt people, especially those you've started to grow maybe closer with over the past few months.
Yeah. And you know what I can be like when I do fully lose control. I don't want that to happen.
Right. That's a situation we don't want, but I'm looking into things. I was able to pick Jackie's brain a little bit just to see.
Not literally, I hope.
Of course. Just asking a few questions about things he might know, but obviously nothing. I framed it as a hypothetical, nothing personal was involved. But uh, as far as situations like yours go, I imagine that we might need to start looking into such things as fairy tales as they're starting to encroach on our world. Maybe the answer lies somewhere there.
All right. Thank you.
Of course,
Have a. Oh,
I'm doing my utmost to help you as I can, as your situation being as uncommon as it is. I would like to see it through to the end.
yeah. I'll uphold my end of the deal too.
Of course. Thank you.
So I hope you have a good night.
You as well, and I will try to keep you updated as best as I can.
Thank you.
Perfect. I think that is the as far as I know, that is the last thing that was needed to be ran today. Which means we will have our next session. You know, when that happens. Smiles.
Yeah. When the
Soon,
discussion
TM.
channel
Yeah.
starts blowing up.
Gonna get some new work out of that confirmed sessions channel.
Yeah.
Anywho's it's. Thank y'all for watching so much. This has been a very eventful RP session, which I was glad to see a lot of good character loose ends tied up and some more loose ends made, which we'll start to dip into during this month. Definitely set me up to pull some strings, which I am excited for.
Scared. Terrified for my life, even.
As should most of the cast be at all times.
God.